Once again, a big welcome here to Lakeside Stadium for day 2, weekend 2 of the Victorian Track Field Championships. We now welcome our live stream audience. We've already had a few events going on in the field. They're 3,000 metres, not too far away. Just like to take this opportunity to acknowledge the traditional owners of the land upon which we meet and pay our respects to elders past and present. Bar at the high jump now at 2:02. The men's long jump probably nearing conclusion there, so we'll try and get an update on there. But remember, we have got Results Hub having live results coming from that long jump competition. So if you go onto Results Hub and click on that live button, you'll see the updated results as they come through. I'm pleased to be joined in commentary today. Mitch Dyer is back again, but we also welcome to the microphone Glenn Turner. So we'll see Glenn coming through for a lot of the sprints action in his normal excitable way, and we're looking forward to a full day here at Lakeside Stadium going through to this evening.
Tully, followed by Liam Shadbolt.
So just updating in the high jump, and we're on to the third attempts now at 2:02. Tully first off. Just a reminder, we can follow the long jump competition on Results Hub. Live results coming through for the men's long jump.
Well, a very good afternoon. Welcome to Lakeside Stadium. Not that far away into the start of the first of the track events in day 2 of the Open Under-20 Athletes Victoria Track and Field Championships. Big thank you to Tim Crosby, who's been covering the field. Start at 1:30 today and we'll go right through until later this evening. Our first track event will be the Under-20 men's 3,000 metres. Competitive field of 16, that will be at 2:40, and we welcome Mitch Dyer, one of our stalwart commentators here at Athletics Victoria. He's come down from Mackay to be with us this weekend. Good afternoon, Mitch.
Good afternoon, Glenn. Thank you for having me. Good to have you back, actually. Funnily enough, great to have Glenn back in the box here. Just one of the best colourful people that we could get inside of the athletics box. But yeah, to kick it off, under 23,000, very competitive. A very strong 16-man field, so there'll be quite a few interesting ones to watch here as they will be announced soon enough. But it's going to kick off a really, really active day here of athletics this afternoon.
I mean, some big names in the field, but we also pay homage to the Victorian state record held by Paul Patrick. He set that in 1991, 7 minutes 58. And the country record, of course, we want to make reference to Craig Mottram, who during the week, as part of the Melbourne On Running Club, 8:02.77 in 1999. Still running around the streets, I see, with 4 children, so maybe there's a future athletics middle distance or sprinter in the Mottram family. But the 3K, you can see our lap scorers will be introduced shortly to our 3K competitors. Big field of 16. And the weather conditions pretty good here this afternoon. The maximum temperature, according to the Bureau of Meteorology, will be 31 degrees here. The wind will pick up at around 4 o'clock this afternoon. So a little humid, but really good conditions for competition.
Yeah, perfect. You want to try and keep that wind as minimal as possible, particularly as it whips around that back straight, which I'm sure every athlete here who's done at least one lap of Lakeside will completely understand. But we're not just alone here in an Australian competition. We have a Heath McAllister representing Canada with hip number 14 on his side there. So obviously this has now travelled internationally, but there'll be plenty of guys here who are trying to go for their first state title and some to go and grab another medal here this afternoon. But as long as the conditions can stay nice, it'll be interesting to see whether it's championship racing or fast racing, and it'd be hard to go under that 8:02 country record from Mottram or Paul Patrick's 7:58, but you can never rule anything out, so it'll be an absolute cracker to get it underway here this Arvo.
And of course the Under-20 and Open Championship is not the only athletics event around the country. In New South Wales, they'll be conducting their open events this weekend, so there's stacks of competition, all of course with the World Athletics F meet qualification, so points towards World Championships and other international events. But of course the National Championships coming up end of March, beginning of April up in Queensland, divided over 2 weekends. Some will call that controversial, but well and truly above my pay grade now. It is wonderful to be back, so no more controversy from this young man in this commentary box, Mitch. We'll leave that to the up-and-coming individuals.
That's it. It's well above us here, Glenn. So we just get on the microphone when we're asked to get on the microphone and do the best job at it. So it'll be an absolutely cracking afternoon today, and as you mentioned, athletics has it been in a better position than it is now. Obviously World Cross rolled into Murray Plant, rolls into state champs, rolls into Sydney Track Classic, rolls into nationals. I mean, it just goes on and on and on. So it's a pretty very good time to be in athletics, very good time to be in the commentary box as well. So
it is
great.
certainly, and on that note, we will leave the crowd and, of course, our volunteers and officials who are probably asking us to take a break. We will do that and back shortly with the introduction of the under 23,000 metres.
So the conclusion of attempt 3 in the men's open long, leading the way still is Harrison Williams with that second round of 7:46. In second position, he got a jump on the board in attempt number 3, 7:42. Blake Shaw from Frankston currently in second position. In third position with that 7:20 in round 1, Liam Mullen from Chilwell. Then in fourth, Miru Chandrasena, 7:08, and currently sitting in fifth, Joshua Sullivan, 7:06 from Casey Cadinia. So that's the conclusion of attempt 3. They're now well into attempt 4 of the men's open long. And the bar now at 2:09 in the high jump.
So on the track now at that 200 metre start line is the men's under 23,000 metre state championship we mentioned earlier. The state record of 7:58 belongs to Paul Patrick, 8:02 for the country champs for Craig Mottram. Coming out of station number 1, representing Bendigo University, Jaden Padgham. In station number 2, representing Mentone, Sam Alberston. In station number 3, representing Old Scotch, Tommy Clockow. In station number 4, from Bendigo Harriers, Harrison Boyd. In station number 5, from Eureka, Ben Mornane. In station number 6, also from Bendigo University, Angus McAfee. In station number 7, from Ballarat YCW, James Childs. In station number 8, from Albury, Caleb Gilbert. In station number 9, from Old Zavarians, Will Lovett. Also in station number 10 from Old Zavarians, Joshua Augustinus. In station number 11 from Melbourne University, Jeremy In station number 12, also from Old Zavarians, Jerry Stamoulis. In station number 13 from Eureka, Joshua Johnson. In station number 14 from Canada, Heath McAllister. In station number 15 from Knox, Nicholas Martin. And rounding it out in station number 16 from Old Scotch, Nathan Munro. These are all your competitors here in the men's under 20 3,000 metre championship. And so we're away and racing here in the men's under 23,000 metres. 16 strong field will try and make their way around this first lap relatively unscathed as they find the pace and find the judgment of how they want to run this one. And at the moment it looks like it won't be too slow to kick things off, but they're certainly running wide to try and find a position at the moment, Tim.
Yeah, it looks like Nicholas Martin just controlling pace out front. Now we do have our Canadian international in here, and that's Heath McAllister out here for the World Cross. And good to see him also competing here at the state champs. So 34 opening 200, so that's not too bad. Nicely bunched field at the moment. So we see Albertson just sitting in that third position at the moment. The old Scotch runner there. I think that is Munro in good position. Then I think that might be our Canadian visitor sitting mid-pack at the moment. So we'll get a split here as they go through the 400. 72, so right on 9-minute mark.
So they're certainly going to pick this pace up, you'd think. Maybe inside this first kilometre, but maybe towards the back end of this race. They're going to keep everybody in it at the moment. So if you do have fresher legs or are better over those shorter distances, the 8 and 15, this is working right into your hands at the moment. As you mentioned, it's Martin on the outside shoulder there, just starting to creep forward a little bit. Alberston more than happy to just sit back and keep himself out of harm's way. McAllister right behind him there. Augustinus not far away either. And for Old Zavarians, sitting a little bit further back there is Stamoulis. So this pack has hardly changed at all through the first 600. 148 strikes the clock. So nobody in a rush at the moment, but they all want to keep themselves out of trouble and put themselves into position to move when the move is there.
So Harrison Boyd leading the way. He's in the historic Bendigo Harriers uniform, which always throws us a bit. Looks like a Frankston kit, doesn't it, Mitch? So that's Bendigo Harriers, and it's Harrison Boyd leading the way. Martin just sitting on the shoulder at the moment. The Canadian sitting in fourth, and that is McAllister. Very tightly bunched though, but at 9-minute pace we'd expect that to be. So no real change in pace here. They're going right through on the 224, 225, so sitting on the 72s, Mitch.
Be interesting to see who wants to make this move. McAllister and those Canadian Silks just starting to move on the outside shoulder. They're one out and one back, and it seems like the contingent of potentially Old Zavarians runners might start working together. Stamoulis not too far away from it in the middle of that pack, but the first of them is going to be Augustinus. So as we say that now, McAllister just starts to creep around the shoulder, drifts a little bit inside of lane 2, so he'll be keen to find himself to the rail as early as possible. He gets right on the shoulder of Boyd. Martin now tucks back. Alberston not far away, Augustinus, and so too behind them is Nathan Munro. And on the outside shoulder of him, it is Johnson. So 3:01 strikes the clock through the first kilometre, so they've hardly moved at all. Metronomic, you could even say. But right now, it's McAllister, and he's going to try and string them out just a little bit. Boyd, the earliest to go with him. Martin, Alberston, and here we go now. The race started, Tim.
Exactly, and I'd say that McAllister didn't come here for a 9-minute race, City. So he's come down from Bathurst or Canberra via Bathurst, and I think this guy really wants to get the pace on, and that pedestrian pace early probably just got a little bit frustrating for him. And now we're seeing him with Boyd going toe-to-toe now, and now we're seeing Munro starting to make his move.
So you want to be able to cover these as quickly as possible, and Munro now, well, they've just tasked him with that to get right on the back of Boyd and not let us get too far away. Alberston, class competitor, he's won a few state medals in his time, so he was certainly not interested in letting this slip away. But at the moment, it is McAllister who's just put his foot on the gas, has a little bit of look over the inside shoulder and says, all right, I've got 2 who want to party. Who else is going to try and get a ticket to the event? As they just start to separate a little bit. 1 metres is becoming 5. Alberston still the one who has to try and lead through the contingent behind him there. And it is Martin just tucked in nicely, Tim, so they won't want to let this slip too far.
That little gap starting to form here though, and Munro got a gap now to Albertson. Martin hanging in there. Augustinus is there as well. I think that's the Eureka runner there in Johnson, also in the mix. Interesting one there, the Albury runner, and that's Caleb Gilbert. He's been having a good season this year, but sitting at the back of the second pack at the moment with the Ben Mullane, the other Eureka runner, just sitting in a gap at the moment.
So he doesn't want to get lost out the back of that. So these three still leading it out in front, looking really comfortable there is McAllister. Right behind him there, as we mentioned, is Boyd. And Munro just tucked in nicely. So he doesn't have to do any work there, Munro. He was the one who bridged the gap early. Alberston now just still at the front of this pack. The early race leader, not too far away from him either. As now they just start to trickle away ever so slightly. So it's certainly ramped up pace-wise. And these three now are just interested in trying to extend away as much as possible. It'll be interesting to see who gets nominated to try and pick it up. Maybe Padgham in those Bendigo University colours there in the white singlet as he starts to approach the shoulder of Alberston. So these two now, was three becomes two. It's McAllister leading it out, Boyd the one right behind him there with those loping long strides. Not in the Frankston singlet as you mentioned, in the beautiful white silks there. Now just starting to drop off the back ever so slightly is Munro. And this next pack behind them there might just try and pick it up with Boyd, but we'll have to wait and see how they go. They look really comfortable out in front.
Yeah, pace has picked up, so they're going to be well under the 6 minute mark as they go through the 2 kilometre. So time checking now. So they've dropped it down to maybe about a 250 for that kilometre. So McAllister leading the way. Boyd with him. Now the interest is going to be in those medals for the Victorian Championships. So Boyd really surging forward and looking for that gold medal. And now we see the next of our Mentone runners coming through there. Sorry, that's Johnson from Eureka. So Padgham's going with Johnson. So currently they're in second and third in the Vic Champs. Gap then to Martin. Looks like Munro's run his race as he drifts through. Caleb Gilbert's starting to move his way alongside Martin, but out front it is all the Canadian in McAllister and also Boyd. They are still just going stride for stride, Mitch, and looking very impressive as this pace really starts to pick up.
Yeah, they're almost in sync, these two out in front. They've done a really good job of being able to gap the field. McAllister, Boyd, looking incredibly comfortable at the moment. And as you mentioned, it's Joshua and Padgham are going to be the two to try and bridge that gap. So we're still entertaining the idea of the Victorian medals. Obviously, we have our Canadian out in front. So at the moment, as it stands in Victorian medal-wise, it's Boyd leading out Johnson and Padgham behind him there. And as you mentioned, our Albury athlete now just starting to bridge that gap in Gilbert. If you can get on the back of them, you can really benefit from the final closing stages of this race. But at the moment, it's all McAllister and Boyd behind him there. Looks like the only man who can really challenge our Canadian counterpart here down this home straight as they make their way down. They've done a really good job of trying to lift up this pace and break the field apart. They've done that to perfection. And as they get the bell now, it's going to be a real ding-dong battle to see who can take it out here.
Yeah, I think you'll find that McAllister really wants to stretch out Boyd, but he's not dropping him at the moment. So gap now about 35 metres, then back to Johnson in second position in the Vic Champs, third on the track. Then Padgham just trailing him. Has Gilbert got that traditional kick that we know he does have, and you just see him just lifting that momentum, Mitch, as he goes through and gets the bell.
But you can see him start to shift through the gears there, Gilbert now. He just starts to approach Padgham ever so slightly. Up the back straight now, though. It is the battle of the Commonwealth. It's still going to be McAllister leading him out there. Boyd right behind him. He's hardly spotted him an inch. And now they really start to get into their running now. So they're just going to put their foot all on the gas and go for it. It's McAllister starting to lead out Boyd ever so slightly. Just wants to get right on that shoulder as he enters into the final 100 metres. And back in the field now, it's Padgham who's dropped Johnson. Not too far away is Gilbert either. So as they make their way into this home straight, it's McAllister. Boyd on the outside now goes to the arms. McAllister puts his head down. Oh, but I think it's going to be Boyd. He's going to take it out. The overall win and the state championship for the under-20s. 8:34 on the clock. And it's Padgham now who's going to come down third overall, but second in this Victorian Championship. Just turned his race into perfection over the closing 600 metres. He'll be your silver medalist. Johnson for that third position as well. And Gilbert now coming down to the line. Right behind him is going to be Mornane. But what a performance there. He just bided his time, Boyd. He always had the state title sewn up, but he wanted the whole thing as well.
Yeah, no, great running there, Boyd. Just sat behind McAllister for so long, but geez, some good running too there from Padgham and the other Victorian regional athlete there in Johnson, taking the silver and the bronze in the Vic Champs. So Bendigo and Ballarat in that order.
So great performance there for the country clubs of Victoria, and a sensational win from Boyd.
So what we'll do now, let's introduce the field for the women's open javelin throw. This will be the 92nd time this event has been held, the Victorian Championship. Most wins, 12 from Charlotte Gibbons from the Victorian Railways Institute. Our championship record holder, and I think that is the Australian record, 68.57 from Catherine Mitchell from Eureka in 2018. Championship winner last year from Corio, Mackenzie Milcharik with 53.36. Let's introduce the field of 12. In Station 1, representing Keelos and Burners, Laura Luca. Station 2, from Collingwood Harriers, Kate Hughes. Station 3, from Nunawading, it is Susanna Latu. Station 4, representing the Box Hill Athletic Club, Madison McBrien. Station 5, from Mentone, Rihanna Clemo. In 6, from Box Hill, Penny Giddy. Station 7, representing Ringwood, Jade DeVries. Station 8, she's the other side of the camera lens, representing Athletics Essendon, Joanna Margiolis. Station 9, representing Diamond Valley, Tara Smith. Station 10, from the Yarra Rangers, Hayley Wilkins. Station 11, representing Diamond Valley, it is Emma Butler. And in Station 12, from Box Hill, Catherine Brooks. They are our 12 competitors in the women's open javelin throw.
So, ladies and gentlemen, on the track now, we do have the final of our women's under 20 3,000 metre championship. Coming out of station number 1, representing Williamstown, Chloe Phelan. In station number 2, from Maccabee, Emma De Jong. In station number 3, from Williamstown, Alexandra Schultz. In station number 4, from Sandringham, Louisa Lazar. And in station number 5, representing Ballarat YCW, Jacqueline McBratney Owen. These are all your competitors here in the women's under 20 3,000 metres. So we're away and racing here in the women's under 20 3,000 metre championships. A bit of a smaller field compared to our men's one, so they should have plenty of room and time to be able to sort themselves out, hopefully in a line, which they have now through the opening 100 metres. It's De Jong leading it out here, who will be tasked with setting the pace early. The rest of the women in this field look more than happy to sit back and watch what De Jong does. I think that might be Phelan tucked in behind there. As they make their way around, everybody spotted plenty of room. In fact, it's Schultz. McPhalen behind her there, and now Schultz just goes around the shoulder of De Jong, and behind is Lazar.
Yeah, interesting race this one. We saw De Jong last night, so good in that 1,500 metres where she did score a medal, but it is Schultz just taking the lead here. She's a 10.42 runner. Her teammate Phelan's got a 10.41 best this season, but it is De Jong is the standout, the Maccabi athlete. She's got a 9.51. So I think Emma may be just toying with the field a little bit early here, and I'd say we might see a bit of a kick down. So Louisa Lazar from Sandringham also sitting off the back, and we're seeing McBratney Owen just getting the opportunity now to tack herself back on.
So keeping everybody in this field early here in this women's race. As you mentioned, De Jong with the fastest time, but more than happy to sit in that pack, maybe a little bit tired from that 1,500 last night. So just going to put herself in a position where she doesn't have to think all that much. It's just a tickle over 120 on the clock there through the first 400 metres. So looking really comfortable out there. It's McBratney Owen, the only one just a little bit off that pack at the moment, but these four will work really well together.
Your seasonal best for McBratney Owens 11.55, so not quite up to the 10.40s there of Schultz and also Phelan. Haven't got too much on Lazar, but we do see her quite often in these competitions, and Louisa Lazar is to be respected, the Sandringham runner, but it is Schultz just setting the pace at the moment. So Phelan sitting in third position. De Jong just happy to sit there at the moment, I'd say, Mitch.
Yeah, very content there on that shoulder is De Jong, a very class competitor. Has been for a few years now, so just going to sit right on Schultz there. Phelan on the inside, and as you mentioned, it's Lazar just on the back of this pack now. Probably one of the best places to be is at the back of the pack. You don't have to think all that much, and if the moves are going to be made, you're right there and ready to go. So this has not changed over the first approaching 800 metres of this 3,000 metre event. It's Schultz who looks more than happy to be at the front as well and find a rhythm for herself, and De Jong just right behind her there.
So very much running for medals at the moment, but as we know, 4 into 3 doesn't go. So this will start to really fire up, I'd say, when we get into that second kilometre, as we're approaching the 800 bar on 2.18 at the moment. Yoel Reef on the runway.
So through the 800, as Yoel Reef just clears that 2.18 and is relieved to jump off that mat as well with the bar just wobbling ever so slightly. So Reef over it now as our women make their way through the 800 metre mark. And as you mentioned, 4 can't be 3. So eventually, at some point, this will really start to ramp up and string themselves out just a little bit. But as we approach going through the first third of this event, it's hardly changed at all. In fact, it hasn't changed through these opening near 2.5 laps. It's De Jong now just creeping up on the shoulder a little bit more. Phelan still tucked in nicely on the rail there. Lazar not too far away as McBratney Owen now also enters the home straight. But as we look at the clock, through the first kilometre, it's probably going to just be under that 3:40 mark, about 3:37 as they go through this first K. So these four working really well together. McBratney Owen as well, not too far away, just about to come through the start-finish line through this first kilometre. But it's Schultz leading out De Jong. Behind there, Phelan, so too Lazar. It has not changed, and we'll wait and see when it does.
Yeah, so they're sitting on about 10.50 pace at the moment, so ultimately comfortable, I think, for all four out front. So it is quite a strategic little cat and mouse game, just to see who's going to make the first move. As you can just sense that De Jong just got the momentum. She's sitting on the shoulder there, the body's saying go, 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 but the mind's saying no, just sit here because it's too early yet.
Pack running is certainly easier than being out there and being the hunted, so Emma De Jong just more than happy to sit there on that shoulder. As the sun now starts to come out, the conditions get a little bit warmer, the wind hasn't picked up, which is quite useful, always the best way to tell these lovely orange Athletics Victoria flags here on the home stretch, but it is still going to be Schultz leading out to Jung, Phelan behind there, and so too Lazar. So it'll be interesting to see whether there are any moves made inside of this pack, or whether or not it's Schultz who just puts her foot on the gas a little bit more and just starts to ask the questions of a few members behind her. It's Emma de Jong behind. One out and one back, looking really comfortable here in those Mackay colours. McBratney Owen also about to approach the home stretch. So the first signs of gaps starting to show now as we go through the start-finish line once again. It's Lazar just off the back of this top three at the moment, as maybe they just start to pick up the pace ever so slightly and really start to let their legs feel the 3K underneath them.
So we have just seen that first crack coming through there. So 3 into 3 does go, Mitch, and we're now looking at that medal chase. I'm not sure if Lazar from that point can come back in, as we see this pace just starting to pick up slightly. But McBratney Owen now just coming through also to get 4 to go.
So certainly an injection of pace here. It was only a matter of putting an A4 piece of paper between these top 4, and it's starting to widen ever so slightly now out to a good 40 to 50 metres. So these three looking really comfortable out there, and we've mentioned her name numerous times, but De Jong just looking so good in the middle of this Williamstown sandwich at the moment of Schultz and Phelan. Lazar as well making her way around this turn, and up the back straight it's McBratney Owen, but these three all just working really well together. They've tasked Schultz with the job to lead it out, and she'll try and go from gun to tape. But it's De Jong now just continuously staying on the shoulder there, just letting her know where she is and that she's still present. And it's Phelan tucked in on the rail, hasn't had to move really whatsoever.
So we'll be approaching kilometre number 2 as they get to the bottom of the back straight there. Impression of just how that pace moved from kilometre 1 through to kilometre 2, as we see Louisa Lazar unfortunately just pulling off the track. So 4 on the track now.
Okay, this will be 7 minutes for this one.
So probably a similar split, I'd say, as they're coming down towards that 2 kilometre mark. Maybe a slight lift in kilometre number 2. As they stop the clock there at 7:13, yeah. So it's probably about a 3:36 there in their second kilometre after 3:37 opening K.
Well, I think the game plan is starting to show its hand at the moment now, as Emma de Jong just clearly waited until that 2 kilometre mark to go, all right, now let me just try and sort this out and make my way through the final kilometre. So now de Jong goes to the front for the first time. It's Schultz tucked in nicely behind there as well.
Yeah, so a bit of a gap now to Phelan. And that's now gone out to 10 to 15 metres as Emma de Jong just starting to push the pace out. And for the first time in this race, she takes the lead and she has 2 laps to go.
So very smooth technical runner is Emma de Jong. Just looks all kinds of comfortable out there on the blue tartan track at the moment. Schultz, though, certainly not done with yet. Just happy to maybe not see the front of the race for a little bit and just work off the back of Emma de Jong there. Phelan just a little bit further back from these front 2. And it's McBratney Owen now who's gone through the 2 kilometre mark as well. So up this back straight, though, it is all Emma de Jong. Schultz right behind her, Phelan not too far away, and these two now just starting to extend away just a little bit, really get into their work with 600 metres to go, and we'll see if anybody's got fresh enough legs to throw down a kick challenge, or whether or not this just stays the same all the way through till the bell and becomes somewhat of a championship affair here, Tim.
Yeah, it certainly is a good championship race out front at the moment. As we see the bar going to 2:21 in the high jump, looks like Yoel Reef limbering up, and behind him it is Joel Baden. So Reef 2:21 coming up for first attempt. But out front it is still De Jong, but Schultz not done with yet, is she, Mitch? Just hanging on there as they'll be coming down. Ooh, just clicked it with the heels there. Reef got the body over, but the heels just hitting that bar. So the bar down first attempt, 2:21 for Yoel Reef, as Emma de Jong just starts to stretch out that lead now. Alexandra Schultz been brave the whole way through. Gap now about 40 metres back to Chloe Phelan from Williamstown, but our 1, 2, 3 potentially looking all sorted now as they go into the last lap.
Well, Schultz probably around that PB mark at the moment as well. So running a really classy race is our athlete from Williamstown, but it's Emma De Jong who now just starts to extend away ever so slightly. It's 1 metre becoming 2, 3, 4, 5 very quickly. So just has a little bit faster heels at the moment up this back straight, but it's still not done with yet is Alexandra Schultz. So she just continues to work hard up this back straight. Phelan now about to enter it as well. But at the front of this field in this women's under 23,000 metres, it is Emma De Jong who just looks so comfortable with 200 metres to go now and has just executed her race plan, well, hopefully to perfection. There's 180 metres to go, just continues to stretch away.
Yeah, so a good championship performance here for Emma because she just bided her time. As we said, came in the top seed, just sat in, let the others do the work for the first 2 kilometres and then has just gone bang. And we're just seeing a stride out now, rounding the bend for the last time, coming into the home straight. So let's get behind Emma De Jong from Maccabi. Good to see the Maccabi club getting a gold medal here after the medal that Emma got last night also in that 1500. So great running, good strategic running, great championship win here. Emma De Jong from Maccabi will take the women's under 20 1500, but brave running Alexandra Schultz. We'll watch the clock here because Schultz I think could be on PB pace here and she will be rewarded for good time and she'll be under 10:40 there for Schultz to take silver. As we see Chloe Phelan from Williamstown, a 2-3 there for Williamstown. They're doing a lot of good work in the middle distance events at the moment and the Williamstown club will come here and get another little medal haul in the women's under 23,000. So McBratney Sharp, she's on the last lap now as well, the Ballarat YCW runner. As we see UL Reef I think on the runway. And that'll be his second attempt at 2:21.
So Reith encouraging the crowd to get along. He's got the hands above his head. Says, give me some rhythm. Oh, upper, geez, nearly.
Yeah, once again, very close. Getting the body over, isn't he, Mitch? It's just that final little flick, bringing the bar down.
He's got plenty of height, Reith, as you mentioned. It is just those heels on the way through. Very difficult technical event as well, high jump, so only just clipped the bar there. As McBratney Owen now makes her way with 150 metres to go here in the women's under 23,000. Our next jumper, no stranger to the big moment, out on the track.
Well, 2:27 won this event last year, and Joel Baden now looking at the bar at 2:21.
Okay, 12 minutes, 14, 15, 16,
So McBratney's Owen just coming through, and she'll complete the 3,000.
and that's all there is to it.
Over. Clean, clear. Joel Baden clear at 2:21.
He's class, Joel Baden. He just looks so smooth there as well, like butter on toast. He just looked absolutely perfect out there on that jump. As we'll now make our way down towards the presentation for a men's under 23,000 metres.
Yep, so throw down now to Glenn Turner in presentations. So UL Reef, third attempt, 2:21. Yes! 2 through now at 2:21. The competition hotting up there in the high jump, Mitch. So back down to Glenn Turner.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, medal ceremony and victory presentation for the men's under 20 3,000 metres state championship of Victoria. In third place and bronze medalist representing Eureka in a time of 8:48.08, Joshua Johnson. In second place and silver medalist representing Bendigo in a time of 8:45.92, Jaden Padgham. In second place and receiving the Invitational silver medal for his performance representing Canada in a time of 8:34.59, Heath McAllister. And in first place and gold medalist and state champion in a time of 8:34.18, Harrison Boyd. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate our medalists in the men's under 20 3,000 metres.
So we can see the bar has gone to 224 now in this very exciting high jump comp. Yoel Reef, first attempt miss. So Baden now on the runway, bar at 224.
Lucky Glenn, got the men's place and long jump ready for it.
Yeah, not quite there for Joel on that one, so he'll also go to the next attempt at 224, and we will get ready for our next presentation.
Our next presentation is for the Men's Open Long Jump Championship of Victoria. In third place and bronze medalist with a distance of 7.25 representing Nunawading, Ryan Hatch. In second place and silver medalist with a distance of 7.42 from Frankston, Blake Shaw. And in first place and our gold medalist and Victorian state champion in a time of, a distance of 7.46 from Essendon, Harrison Williams. Please congratulate our medalists in the Men's Open Long Jump Championship of Victoria.
So another fail there at the 224. It's just proving a little bit too much for them at the moment, Mitch.
just a little bit, but the crowd's certainly invested and involved, isn't it? I mean, these two gentlemen have gone up against each other over the last few years, so they're no stranger to each other's techniques and jumping forms, but he'll have to now wait for the third attempt there as Baden just takes his time to get into his work and have a crack at this second attempt.
So Baden on the runway, second attempt 224. He's over. 224 takes the lead here. Men's open high jump. We'll go back to Glenn Turner in presentations.
Next medal presentation is for the women's under 20 3,000 metre state championship. In third place and bronze medalist in a time of 10:49.70 from Williamstown, Chloe Phelan. In second place and silver medalist in a time of 10:37.27, also from Williamstown, Alexandra Schultz. And in first place and gold medalist in a time of 10:31.27 from Maccabi, Emma De Jong. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate our medalists in the women's under 20 3,000 metre state championship.
The bar at 224, UL Reef getting the crowd involved in this third attempt at 224. No miss there for UL. He'll bow out. So great performance. So 221 is best clearance, leaving a man standing. Joel Baden will take out another Victorian championship here, Mitch, in the men's open high jump.
And some good man love down there, just straight for a cuddle with Joel, which we absolutely love, these two. Great competitors, so good jumping there from UL. Just obviously couldn't quite get to the heights he was probably hoping for, but now Joel Baden can really, well, get the party started. He can really start to move this thing up or just creep his way up a little bit higher. So keep your eyes glued to this high jump, because it's going to be interesting watching one of our best ever to really have a crack at it.
I'd like to think he might go up towards that 230. You know, next iteration you might think would be the 227, which was the winning height last year in this championship. And let's see if we can get Joel over that and heading towards that Tim Forsyth record, 230. 1993, it goes back 30 years.
It's well before my time, that record, so must be very ancient then in that regard. So hopefully Joel can really get there. Tim would have been a young man when that was a record.
Well, as someone who did compete at the 1993 champs, I won't take that personally, Mitch.
It's interesting to see where Joel takes. It looks like 229 is on the board, so creeping towards it. Let's see how he can clear it.
Okay, so from 224 to 229, Joel Baden. Jump.
So Baden close there at the 2:29. 2:30, his personal best back in 2019, so he'll be keen to try and improve upon that. So we keep a watchful eye. You watch the athlete-coach relationship here straight over to figure out exactly what went wrong. I'm sure a few athletes who aren't in the jumps could really benefit from something like that. So Baden now will go to his second attempt at 2:29, 2:30 the PB. So Joel Baden approaching now for his second attempt at 2:29. Oh, just a matter of inches there for Joel Baden at his second attempt of 2:29. So go away and have some contemplation before coming back for his third round attempt. And if you have just walked into the track and are competing this afternoon, do make sure you check in at least an hour before your event, right up here on the deck next to the grandstand. Beautiful spot for it. Would hate to see anybody miss out on a run throw or a jump here this afternoon. So at least an hour before, make sure you check in as Baden goes over and reassesses before his third attempt at 2:29. So Joel Baden clear. 2:29, old baby, he loves that one. Baden over at 2:29. 2:30, his personal best. Don't forget the third round attempt. There's some more man love. Everybody around the big man. So interesting now to see, does he go 2:30, 2:31? Joel Baden clear and happy about it. So as Joel Baden goes over and enjoys the celebrations, 2:33 on the board there will be a new PB, new championship record, if able to clear this height. And it is all Air Baden down there at the high jump. So first attempt approaching now for Joel Baden, 2:33 on the precipice of a new personal best and championship record here. So if you are around the track, get your eyes glued to the high jump as Joel Baden now goes through his final motions before the first attempt. So Baden close. Just maybe not the takeoff he was after for Joel Baden. So first attempt at 2:33, he goes wanting. He'll reassess for the final two here in this men's open high jump championship. 2:36, the Australian record, obviously. Co-owned by Forsyth and Stark. 2:33 on the menu here for Joel Baden. So Joel Baden again just going through the final motions before his second attempt at 2.33 here in the men's high jump. Oh, he's clear! Oh, Joel Baden, 2:33. New personal best, championship record for Joel Baden. And what a moment that is for the young man. 2:33. Where can he go? What does he do next? 2:36 is the Australian record. And Glenn T, he's come from the track, Glenn T. I've never seen him move this fast, Glenn. What are we looking at here?
Well, I've just been getting some texts. They're watching in Europe at the moment, and they're watching with bated breath. So 2:33 will be in the top 4 jumps of this season. And will probably escalate Baden into, and I've got to be careful because there are a lot more talented and educated people in athletics, but he should be in the top 6 by the end of this competition. But what a jump, and certainly what a fantastic reaction from this magnanimous crowd here at Lakeside Stadium.
Well, it's sensational high jumping, that's for sure.
So ladies and gentlemen, looks like the high jump, the Opens men high jump is done. Please join me in a huge round of applause not only for Mr. Baden, but also all the competitors in the Victorian State Open men's high jump. Great jump at 2:33. That'll get out on the Twitter sphere into the homes of the Europeans going, watch out, here he comes. And a bit of a call out to a very old friend of mine, Sandro Bassetto, as coach and mentor. So congratulations to the team, great high jump.
Once again, a big thank you to the club helpers who have been assisting us throughout the course of this weekend, but we do require a few more for the late afternoon shift. If Ballarat Athletics, Box Hill, Doncaster, Eaglehawk, Glen Huntly and Mentone could supply their club helpers for the afternoon, that would be greatly appreciated. They can check in the Kathy Freeman room with Craig or Andrea. So I'll just repeat: Ballarat, Box Hill, Doncaster, Eaglehawk, Glen Huntly and Mentone.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, very shortly we head down to the next round, the semi-finals of the 100 metres, due to start at 3:50. Just a reminder, for all the latest action, head to athvic.results hub. We can keep up to date if you are not here at Lakeside Stadium or if you are watching us from any of the 165 syndicated countries taking the live stream around the world. So some impressive heats last night in the under 20 men's 100 metres. Conditions are considerably different today. A little bit humid, around 60%. Temperature is currently 28 degrees. We'll wait and see what the wind is doing. Last night in the heats of the 100 metres, you would recall that for the first time in a long time, the state championships were blessed with a tailwind, which was swirling up to around 1.8. But as we progressed through to the women's opens, that wind started to turn around. So Lakeside is notorious for its swirling breezes, and for those engineers or budding engineers, that is due to the fact that the stadium has got two major gaps, one between the VIS and this wonderful grandstand, and of course the other one past it. So when they were creating this, the intention was to have a number of trees up in the what is the northwest and the northeast. Still waiting for those trees. But they're behind their blocks for the first of three semi-finals. So two semi-finals. The first three in each heat, the next two will progress to the final. Lane number one, representing Glen Huntly, is Lachlan Mariner. In two from Ringwood, Brodie Smith. In three from Western Athletics, Xander Byrne. In four, one to watch from Albury, Alexander Colgan. In five from Dandenong, Springvale, Craig Concesso. In six from Box Hill, Connor McDonald. In seven from Geelong Guild, Billy Griffin. And in lane number 8 from Diamond Valley, Zach Lambie. That's the field for semi-final one.
On your mark.
Gee, held for a long time, but Concesso out fast. Colgan winding up in the back half of this race. A battle between the two. Both will proceed to the final. So Colgan will stretch out and take semi-final one. Concesso second. Close for third. Smith and Byrne on the inside. But the first two, Alexander Colgan from Albury and Craig Concesso from Dandenong Springvale, will be the two automatic qualifiers with one more to go into the final.
So ladies and gentlemen, on the track now is heat 2 of 2 in the men's under 20 100 metres. Top 3 will be automatic, and the next 2 fastest times from there will be joining them. Coming out of lane number 1, representing Geelong Guild, it's Jack Goddard. In lane number 2, from Ringwood, it's Jared Glover. In lane number 3, also from Geelong Guild, it's Patrick Poulter. In lane number 4, from Western Athletics, it's Franklin Niwa Jarfoy. In lane number 5, from Doncaster, it's Matthew Parrott. In lane number 6, from Box Hill, Lachlan Falconer Bogue. In lane number 7, from Nunawading, Joshua Young. And rounding it out in lane number 8, also from Box Hill, Jivash Pillay. These are all your competitors here in heat 2 of 2, semi 2 of 2 in the men's under 20 100 metres.
On your mark. Stand up, please.
So a little unsteady in the blocks here for semi 2 of 2.
On your mark.
So we're away and racing now. Niwa Jarfoy, one of the best to jump. So too Pillay on the outside of him. But here comes Franklin Niwa Jarfoy getting into his running now. Oh, he's going to take it out on the outside of him is Parrott. Niwa Jarfoy. On the outside, Matthew Parrott. Patrick Poulter in that third automatic position. 11:19 is the time to beat to get their way into this final. So we will await times now. But Franklin Niwa Jarfoy, too good in semi number 2 of 2 in the under 20 100.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, lined up, ready for introduction is event 55, the Women's Open Long Jump Championship of Victoria. Station number 1, we welcome from Frankston, Brittany Burkett. Station number 2 from Essendon, Montana Zetsenko. In station number 3 from Sandringham, Audrey Kirikio. In 4, from Box Hill, Madison McBrien. Station 6 from Keelos and Bernards, Laura Luca. Station 7 from Essendon is Tierra Exum. Station 8 from Preston, Chloe Grenard. Station 10 from Melbourne University, Eleanor Cooney Hunt. Station 11 from Mentone, Rihanna Clemau. Station 12 from Essendon, Natalie Williams. Station 13 from Essendon, Zara Kika. The Women's Open long jump. This is the 88th running of this event. Championship record held by Nicole Bogeman. Distance of 6.70, set that in 1995. The Victorian record held by Brooke Stratton from Nunawading, set in 2016 with a distance of 6 metres 66. And the most wins, Pam Kilbourne from the University High. Ladies and gentlemen, the Women's Open long jump.
I'd like you to draw your attention back to the infield.
It is the presentation for the 124th time we've conducted the Men's Open High Jump Champion of Victoria. In third place, receiving the bronze medal with a best clearance of 2.15 metres, a personal best to Roman Anastasius, Melbourne University. Medals being presented by Diamond Valley Athletic Club legend Max Belchin. Our silver medalist with a great height and a good clearance at 2.21 metres, representing Wendouree, Yoel Reef. A big congratulations to our gold medalist, the Victorian champion, a new personal best, a new championship record of 2.33 metres from Melbourne University, Joel Baden. So some fantastic jumping there from the guys. So good work to Roman, Yoel and Joel, the medalist in the men's open high jump.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, the next event on the track is the first of three semi-finals in the men's 100-metre championship of Victoria. The progressions, I'll get them right this time. The first two in each heat, the next fastest two across all three heats will proceed to the final. In heat number one, lane one, representing Western Athletics, Braden Portelli. In two from Essendon, Brian Mayengo. In three from Mornington, Tom Templeton. In lane four, great heat win last night from Essendon, Arbin Dani. Lane 5 from Glen Huntley, Jesse McKenna. In 7 from Collingwood, Kyle Nicolucci. And lane 8 from Sandringham, Fraser Paul. That is your field semi-final number 1.
On your marks.
Pretty good start. Danny's up and running. Templeton flying in the early stages. Danny's challenging McKenna on the outside. Danny's got him. McKenna coming fast on the outside. McKenna will take semi-final number 1. Arbin Danny second. Now that's to the naked eye, ladies and gentlemen. We'll leave it to the professional photo finish team. Tom Templeton also in that mix. So look at that number on the win gauge. Plus 2.0, you cannot push the boundary any further. We'll just wait for the time in heat number 1. But now with Jake Penny not competing any further in the competition, this 100 metres is open to anyone who wants to stand up and say, it is mine for the taking. So let's just run through the qualifiers for the men's under 20 100 metre final, no particular order. So Colgan from Albury, Kinkeso from Dandenong Springvale, Byrne from Western Athletics, and Smith, all from heat number 1 from Ringwood. They've got the queue next to their name on results sub. They'll proceed to the final. In semi-final number 2, Niwa Jafoy from Western A's, Parrott from Doncaster, Poulter from Geelong, and Young from Nunawading. They are the finalists in the men's under 20 Victorian Championship.
Ladies and gentlemen, behind the blocks now is semi-2 of 3 in the men's open 100 metres. Top 2 will be automatically through to that final, and the next 2 fastest times will be joining them from there. Coming out of lane number 1, representing Yarra Rangers, is Mitchell Mullins. In lane number 2, from Frankston, Corey Baker. In lane number 3, from Casey Cardinia, it's Michael Hansford. In lane number 4, from Essendon, Ryan Tarrant. In lane number 5, from Collingwood, Michael Romanen. In lane number 6, from Geelong Guild, it's Mason Spikers. In lane number 7, from Glen Huntley, it's Brendan Ashcroft. And rounding it out in lane number 8, from Collingwood, is Dylan McCann. These are all the competitors here in semi-2 of 3 in the men's open 100 metres.
On your marks.
So we're away in racing. Oh, we were away in racing. We'll come back now and have a second attempt here in semi-2 of 3 in the men's open 100 metres.
Lane 2, no false start. No one knows.
So the green card makes its way across the track here. A little bit of a slipping of the blocks. So all 8 competitors will contest again here in semi-2 of 3 in the men's open 100.
On your marks.
So we're away cleanly now. It's Tarrant towards the inside, gets a good start. So does Hansford. Roman and now throw a blanket over it. Here comes Tarrant now. Roman and Hansford. Tarrant, Roman and Hansford. Oh, naked eye. Maybe Tarrant in the middle there. Roman and not too far away. Neither was Hansford. It's top 2 that go through automatically. So we will have to wait and see here. But that was absolutely flying. And it's going to be hard to tell.
It's remiss of us not to head back to heat or semi-final number 1. Jesse McKenna, the official time 10:41, is a PB by 0.8 of 800 of a second. So he ran 10:49. A bit flustered up here. We're running through World Athletics websites to get PBs, but Jesse McKenna ran his previous PB in Canberra in 2020. So if our statistics are correct, a PB for Jesse McKenna, who took out semi-final number 1.
Back on the infield, let's do the presentation for the 92nd Victorian Women's Open Javelin Throw Championship. Our bronze medalist with the best distance of 35.81 metres, representing Yarra Rangers, Hayley Wilkins. In second position and receiving the silver medal with a best distance of 41.39 metres, representing Diamond Valley, Emma Butler. Medals once again being presented by Diamond Valley legend Max Belchin. And our new Victorian champion, the gold medalist with the best distance of 45.29 metres, representing Box Hill, Catherine Brooks. So congratulations to Hayley, Emma and Catherine, all competitors in the Women's Open Javelin Throw competition.
So as we about to introduce semi-final number 3, we also should congratulate Mr. Danny from Essendon, his time of 10:45, another PB. But let's head down to very shortly. We'll head down to introduce the next semi-final. But let's go through the results. Semi-final number 1, McKenna 10:41, Danny 10:45, and Nicolucci 10:55. Results of semi-final number 1. Semi-final number 3 behind their block, 7 competitors. In lane number 1, representing Dandenong Springvale, Luke Baker. In 2 from Essendon, Daniel Riscatelli. In 3 from Collingwood, Massimo Aquaro. In lane 5 from St Kevin's, Nathan Riali. 6 from Corio, Jacob Caesar. 7 from Mornington, Jasper Nettlefold. And lane number 8 from Geelong Guild, Mason Potter. The progression is the first 2 in this semi-final will automatically proceed, and then the next 2 across all 3 semis will join them in the final later today. Over to you, Mr. Starter.
On your marks. Set.
Pretty super start, but Aquaro and Riali starting to fly. Caesar working into it. Riali gets into his rhythm. 25 to go. Riali will take this. Caesar will be second on the inside. Aquaro. So they're the top 3. So Nathan Riali, unofficially, and Massimo Aquiro will join the final field, of course, subject to the watching eye of our officials. Great back half of the race from our St Kevin's, Nathan Riali. So those results up shortly. And then we'll head down to Tim Crosby for the next event introduction.
And you can go now.
So back on the infield, let's do the introduction for the Women's High Jump Championship. This will be the 93rd time this competition has been conducted. Doris Carter has the most number of wins with 7. She represented Melbourne. Eleanor Patterson has the championship record at 1.88 metres set in 2014. Last year's champion at 1.68 metres was Polly Dean Jones from Glen Huntley. And our field of 5 is representing Eaglehawk in Station 1, Abby Ramenko. Also from Eaglehawk in Station number 2, Denise Snyder. From the St Kevin's Amateur Athletic Club, it is Charlie Matthews. From Glen Huntley, it is Noah Keno. And Sandringham in Station 6, it is Mia Skerry. So good luck to our 5 competitors in the Women's Open High Jump Championship.
So some exciting times in photo finish after the
It's a deep
semi-finals.
breath there.
Seriously, you know, I applaud when they're trying to judge from one camera on the inside. So we went through the results of semi-final number one. Semi-final number two so far is Roman and has been given the win with a time of 10:59. So is Tarrant, same time, but we're just waiting for the adjustments to the 1,000. So next best time is Hansford, next best time is Nicolosi and Templeton, but they're from semi-final number one. Now, we haven't got the results from semi-final number three yet, that may change, but the finishes in those three races, and it's wide open now, Mitch, with Jake Penny not competing for the rest of the weekend. Who do you like so far?
Yeah, it's a really hard one, isn't it? Because obviously Jake Penny is that inform athlete, 10:30 odd yesterday in those heats, so clearly he was the one to watch. It's a tough one. I mean, Romanen looks so good there in that second one. I know he's going to go through as a draw, basically, at the moment as it stands, but he's certainly one to watch. Tarrant, obviously the younger competitor as well there, Darnie McKenna, but as we look at it now, it looks like those two from the first semi are going to be the faster qualifiers to get through. Cesar gets through for Correa, which is great. Reali there for St. Kevin's, who looks so strong as well. It's a hard pack to split, but 55-55, they're going through exactly the same time to be that 7th and 8th qualifier.
So, well done to whoever the admin delegate is. Semi-final number one, the first four places, who also got the advantage of a win rating of 2.0. Note, semi-final 2 was +1, and then semi-final 3 was +5. But McKenna, Danny Templeton, Nicolosi, Romanen, Tarrant, Reali and Caesar.
Very level.
Yeah, great 100-metre final, which we'll see later this evening as we're watching the start of the women's high jump.
I'm a big fan of Michael Hansford. I've known him for a while, big mix, so I'd love to see him get up and win a state title because he has been in so many finals before. He's down here with his shirt off making me feel bad up here in the box, so unfortunately he won't be there now as I think about it. But if I had to pick somebody else, I mean, Tarrant as a young athlete is so exciting. I think those Essendon sprinting stables are just always so good. They're so consistently good as well, so he's that next step for them.
McKenna got a great start for me in semi-final number one. I'll leave the lounge room critics to disagree. That's part of your role and your responsibility. But McKenna actually came in the back half of his race, was very powerful. He probably looks better over 200 metres from my view, but 10:41. You can see him here in semi-final number one. See the long leg stride on the outside. He just gobbled the field up in the last 15 metres. So we look from the head on. So you've got McKenna from Glen Huntley on the inside. In the Essendon strip is Danny, and then Templeton in the orange. A little wobbly from McKenna, but he got the job done. Semi-final number two. Well, Romanen and Tarrant had the fight right from the word go. Romanen started to wind up and see. He's just focused. He knows exactly what he's doing. He's looking at that line. He's picked his mark, Mitch. So great run from Romanen. Tarrant on the inside, one to watch. But you have a look through these semi-finals, and what we want to have a look at is how tired the gents are getting. They've got a back up later this evening for the 100 final. And then semi-final number three, Reali from St. Kevin's didn't get pressured, didn't tighten up. Just look at that focus. His shoulders are nice and level. He's into his leg stride. Yeah, so.
Yeah, I reckon watching back now, watching all three, Reali here in semi number three looks the most comfortable of them all. I know he had the benefit of that inside lane, not anybody in there, so he could just focus directly forward. But just his posture, his stance, his strength, he looks really impressive. I reckon no matter what, the top 4 or 5 almost throw a blanket over it, I think. So it's going to come down to the start. See how it goes from there.
Well, I'm going to wish you luck in calling. I'm not going to be here this evening, probably a good thing for lots of people, but my pick for the viewers at home is I think McKenna's going to take this out.
Okay.
I just really liked the way that he was really nice and calm in the stages through his race and came home. But let's head back to the high jump. Lots of action here on the AthsVic Livestream. We hope you're enjoying the coverage. Just remember you can head to AthsVic Results Hub for all the up-to-date information, start lists, results, and also more information. So let's get an update from the field. The man of the moment, Tim Crosby, where are you and what's happening?
Thanks, Glenn. We are over at the Women's Open Long Jump, now starting round 2.
And you see Montana Janchenko on the runway, currently leading the competition with 5.76. With a 5.46, Chloe Grenard is in second, and currently in third place, 5.35, Eleanor Cooney Hunt. So nice round of applause there for Montana. Event leader 5.76. We're now into round 2. Now you can follow all of the results here in the long jump via live results on Results Hub. So 5.90 there for Zanchenko, extending her lead.
So in the infield now, a high jump event, the bar at 157 currently. As we get into the next rounds, and if you have just arrived at the track and you are competing, whether you're throwing, jumping, running, whatever it is you'll be doing here this afternoon, please do make sure you check in at least an hour before your event, as nobody wants to miss out. It's up here on the top deck on the grandstand side. So at least an hour before your event, 157 on the high jump bar.
End of round 2 in the women's open long jump, leading the way, not too far off a PB of 5.98, but best clearance today 5.90. Montana Jachenko from Essendon. Not too far behind. It's a great comp going here. 5.79 for Audrey Kiriakou from Sandringham, and in third position currently Chloe Grenard Preston on 5.71. So Jachenko, competition leader on the runway for her third attempt. 5.98 is her PB, getting close now at 5.90 on attempt 2. So white flag up there for Jachenko. 5.90 a previous attempt. We'll wait for the read. So very consistent. 5.84 their third attempt. Jachenko. Up next, Kiriakou, currently in second with 5.79. So white flag up for Kiriakou, currently in second, 5.79. We have a new leader, 5.99. So Kiriakou takes the lead, 5.99. That's 1 centimetre ahead of Chloe Grenard's 5.98 last year to take this championship. So right on that 6 metre mark. Audrey Kiriakou, Sandringham, new leader in round 3, women's long jump. She's on. A big round of applause over in the long. That means Sierra Exum is on the board.
Thank you, Tim. So down at the high jump as well, the bar has now risen to 165. A few competitors still jumping here down at our high jump. So if it's anything like we saw from Joel Baden, don't be too far away from watching the high jump because you never quite know what can happen. 165 on the bar right now.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you need your portable chargers, don't you?
Yeah, I didn't
Pop it
even.
up.
I probably have enough.
So we hope you're enjoying the coverage here from Lakeside Stadium. This is the Open and Under 20 Athletics Victoria State Track and Field Championships. Mitch, very shortly we'll see the first of the preliminary rounds of the women's 400 metre hurdles. This was a pet event for a number of accomplished female hurdlers, one being Tamsin Lewis-Manu and, of course, Jana Pittman. So just looking at the statistics, this will be the 50th running of this event. Pittman, a strong competitor over this distance. 2 heats today. Looking forward to both of those, but certainly a great opportunity to crown a new state champion. Paige Elvey, Grace Clemens, Dooley Powell from Sandringham will go in heat number 1, but some names to watch: Abby Badrock, Charlie Dickinson, Marley Wilkinson in heat number 2. So pretty open race.
Yeah, it certainly is, which is really exciting, which is what we were just saying about the men's 100 as well. You know, there's no clear outright favourite, but there's a lot of really high quality athletes who could all take it out. Also Daniela Roman as well, I can see out there wide in lane, or heat number 1, I should say. So certainly another one to watch. But Paige Elvey is certainly a name that jumps off the page for me here in the first. Born 2003, so still 20 years of age, quite young in terms of an athletic career. So I think she's certainly one to watch. She's going to be coming out of lane number, I suppose it's, 3, because there's no lane number 1 here. And the bigger heat of the 2 heats as well here in the first. So it'll be interesting.
So current title holder, Daniela Roman from Williamstown. She won this event 61-29 last year. Of course, I did forget. So before your keyboard warriors attack our chat function, of course, Debbie Flintoff-King won in Seoul, the gold medal in 1988. I know exactly where I was when I was watching that. I was probably, I'm probably the oldest one that can still remember that, but she absolutely flung herself at the line to take out that gold medal in Seoul. So,
well, even when you were talking about Pittman, she was so dominant for so long as well. So we've had a real serious pedigree in this event. Also, Tamsin. People forget that Tamsin did this for so long, right? Yep. Because she obviously made her name as an 800-metre runner and 800-metre world champion as well in the indoors. So stepping up from the hurdles is maybe some of these women here might do the same thing in their later stages of their career. But we have had very extensive success here in the 400 hurdles, and I reckon this first of the heats will be really interesting to watch.
All right, well, just about underway to introduce our first heat of 2 in the women's 400 metre hurdles. Well, ladies and gentlemen, next event on the track are the first of 2 heats of the women's open 400 metre hurdles. In heat number 1, in lane 2, representing Bellarine, Shelby Hackett. In lane 3 from Frankston, Paige Elvey. In lane 4 from Casey Cardinia, Grace Clemens. In lane 5 from Sandringham, Kundali Powell. In lane 6 from Doncaster, Nicole Reynolds. Lane 7 from Eagle Hawk is Juliette Healy. And in lane 8 from Williamstown, our current Victorian champion, Danielle Roman. The first 3 in each heat. Our apologies. Let's introduce the first of 2 heats in the women's open 400 metre hurdles. In lane 2 from Bellarine, Shelby Hackett. In lane 3 from Frankston, Paige Elvey. In 4 from Casey Cardinia, Grace Clemens. In 5 from Sandringham, Kundali Powell. In lane 6 from Doncaster, Nicole Reynolds. 7 from Eagle Hawk, Juliette Healy. And in lane 8, the current Victorian champion over this distance from Williamstown, Danielle Roman. There are 2 heats, so the first 3 in each heat, the next fastest 2 across the 2 heats will proceed to the final.
On your marks. Set.
So heat number 1 underway. Roman on the outside already into her running. Reynolds going with her from Doncaster. So then on the inside, Paige Elvey, Grace Clemens. But Roman, tough draw in the preliminaries, but it's exactly the same distance in lane 1 as it is in lane 8. So Daniela Roman leading them down the back straight. Reynolds currently in second. No, Paige Elvey has made up some amazing ground in the first 200. She's in second at the moment. Apologies. But out in front, Daniela Roman certainly in control in this first heat. Elvey into second. Reynolds currently in third. But Roman, great run from lane number 8. 2 more flights to go in the first of 2 heats of the women's 400-metre hurdles. So Roman, not much to do except clear the last. Elvey in second place. So congratulations to Roman, who progressed 58.94. Elvey second. Good run from Reynolds. Those 3 will progress to the final. And Shelby Hackett will have to wait until the conclusion of heat number 2. And well done to Juliette Healy from Eagle Hawk, completing the first heat of the women's 400-metre hurdles.
So let's update the results here in the women's open long jump after the attempt number 3. Let's go through the top 8 who are going through. Currently on the runway in 8th position, Brittany Burkett from Frankston. In 7th, Sarah Kecker, she's got a 5:28 best. In 6th, Natalie Williams got on the board with a 5:42. Currently in 5th position, Eleanor Cooney-Hunt from Melbourne University with 5:55. In 4th, Tierra Exum with a 5:68. And our top 3 at the moment, with a 5:71, Chloe Grenard from Preston in 3rd. In 2nd, and 5:90 for Montana Jachenko, but leading the way is Audrey Kiriakou from Sandringham with 5:99. They're a top 8 in the women's long jump.
So on the track now is Heat 2 of Women's Open 400-metre hurdles. Coming out of lane number 2, representing Ringwood, it's Carla Dreyer. In lane number 3, from Chilwell, Abby Badrock. In lane number 4, from Diamond Valley, it's Charlie Dixon. In lane number 5, from Melbourne University, it's Marley Wilkinson. In lane number 6, from Glen Huntley, it's Ashley Palmer. And in lane number 7, from Windaree, it's Mari Campbell. These are all your competitors here in Heat 2 of the Women's Open 400-metre hurdles.
On your marks. Set.
So away and racing now, the first time of asking here in Heat 2 of the Women's Open 400-metre hurdles. We'll see who can greet it the quickest as they make their way around the bend at the moment. So trying to pick up the stagger early is going to be Wilkinson. Palmer on her outside as well, and one more internal from there is Badrock. So they make their way up this back straight at the moment. And these leading 3 women, hard to separate currently. It's Wilkinson leading it out. Also, Bad Rock and Palmer making their way around this bend. So as they turn now with 180 metres to go, it is still going to be Wilkinson clearing it first. Not too far away on the outside in the Glen Huntley colours is Palmer. And on the inside of them is still Abby Bad Rock. So 100 metres to go now. Only 2 flights of hurdles separate them. It's still going to be Wilkinson leaning it out on the outside. Palmer and Bad Rock now also enters the straight. But with only one more set of hurdles left, it's still Marley Wilkinson needs to get clear and does. So she'll storm away here to be the winner in Heat 2 of 2 in the Women's Open 400-metre hurdles. Watch the clock, 60 seconds on it. And it's Palmer on the outside, Bad Rock now on the inside. And we'll wait and see what Carla Dreyer does. They're in 4th position, waiting on times. As now we also see Mari Campbell come down to the line. So too Charlie Dixon. And that will round out Heat 2 of 2 in the Women's Open 400-metre hurdles.
So some great heats in the women's 400-metre hurdles. We're looking at heat number 2. So just waiting for results to come in. Good call, by the way, Mitch, but it's remiss of me not to mention Ash Palmer. Ash Horriban, who's been over the 400 hurdles for a number of years. So the youngster doing a great job to get into the final. Also, she's just off camera at the moment, down with husband and baby, so it's fantastic to see her out competing today. So you can see in the background, Mari Wilkinson, 1 minute .81. Ash Palmer comes in at 63.27. So the first heat results, Roman ran a 58.91, as Mitch mentioned. So it looks like all of the additional qualifiers may come from heat number 1. We'll just wait for those final results to come in. Ash Palmer, 63.27. So the final of the women's 400-metre hurdles on tomorrow. So let's head down to the infield with Tim Crosby.
Thank you, Glenn. Just updating the high jump. 1 competitor remaining. The bar's now going to 174. First up clearance there at 172 for Mia Skerry from Sandringham. So sole competitor remaining. Denise Snyder's bowing out at 165. So first attempt, Mia Skerry, 174. A near thing there for Skerry, but just brought the bar down. First attempt, 174. So Mia Skerry, second attempt 174, already got a PB this afternoon at 172, so trying to increase that now to 174. She already has this championship in the bag. Another close one there for Skerry. So one more attempt at 174. Already a PB and the championship. One more attempt, 174. Mia Skerry from Sandringham. So the bar still on 174. Mia Skerry, third and final attempt. Once again, close again, but Mia Skerry takes out the competition in the women's open high jump. Denise Snyder's taking the silver medal. So 172, best height here in the Victorian Open Women's Championship. Stepping into the ring in the men's under 20 discus throw, it is Darcy Giddings. He's only just over a metre off the world junior qualifier at the moment. He's got out to 55 high, needs 57. So Darcy Giddings from Corio stepping into the ring. Great competition here in the men's under 20 discus throw. So back in the long jump, Montana Jadchenko. We're into round 5. Top 2 jumpers to come. Unfortunately, red flag up there for Jadchenko. Event leader, Audrey Kiriakou, Sandringham, 5.99. So only change so far as we go into the tail end of 5 with a 5.77. It looks like Exum has moved herself into 3rd position. So white flag once again, Kiriakou, 5.99 her best, 5.76 the last attempt. So consistency from Kiriakou, 5.82 as we go now into the final round of the women's open long jump. So remember, you can be following all these results on Results Hub. Live results are operational for the women's open long jump.
that.
Let's draw our attention back to the infield for the presentation of the 93rd Victorian Women's Open High Jump Championship. Receiving the bronze medal with a best clearance of 1.62 metres, representing Glen Huntly, Noah Kaino. Our silver medalist, she's been here plenty of times before, with a best height of 1.65 metres, representing Eaglehawk, Denise Snyder. And our Victorian champion, the gold medalist, with a new personal best clearance of 1.72 metres, representing Sandringham, Mia Skerry. So congratulations to Noah, Denise and Mia and all the competitors in the women's open high jump. Back on the infield, let's introduce the field for the men's open pole vault competition. We have 17 starters. In Station 1, representing Casey Cardinia, Callum Fairburn. Station 2, from Box Hill, Johnny Suarez. Station 3, the Victorian Decathlon champ from John Guild, Christian Painter. Station 4 from Casey Cardinia, Daniel Bull. In 5 from Ballerine, Noah Burns. Station 6 from Melbourne University, James Woods. In 7, also from Casey Cardinia, Andrew Bull. Station 9 from Keelos and Bernards, Wilson Cram. In 10 from Box Hill, Samuel McDonald. In 11 from Athletics Essendon, Jade Guglielmino. In 12 also from Athletics Essendon, Matt Mikchenko. We welcome from Singapore in Station 13, Dewey Eng. Station 14 from Athletics Essendon, Matthew Hosey. In 15 from Ballerine, Lachlan Burns. In 16 from Box Hill, Liam Harris. Station 17 from Box Hill, it's jumping Joel Pocklington. And in 18 from Box Hill, Dalton DeMedio. Who is our reigning champion. So good luck to the 17 competitors, the men's open pole vault final.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, let's turn our attention to the final of the men's open 1500 metres, a field of 15. This will be the 71st running of the men's 1500 metres. William Lewis from St Kevin's, recent title holder, 3:52.48. Considerable heritage in this race. Let's introduce the field. In Station 1 from Keilor St Bernard's, Jacob Bell. Station 2 from Melbourne Uni, Samuel Foster. Station 3 from Diamond Valley, Jared Clifford. Station 4 from Box Hill, Joshua McLeod. Station 5 from Knox's, Matthew Patton. Station 6 from Western Athletics, Ethan McMinamy. Station 7 from Essendon, Charles Barrett. Station 8 from Old Scott, Tom Bowers. In Station 9, we welcome from Belgium, Jeannin Omotja. Station 10 from Diamond Valley, Tim Logan. Station 11 from New South Wales, Alexander Gruen. Station 12 from Collingwood, Dale Carroll. Station 13 from Old Scotch, Archie Wallace. Station 14 from Casey Cardinia, Lachlan Hurd. And in Station 15 from St Stephen's, Reese Langdon. The state record 3:29.51 held by Stuart McSwain. He did that in 2021. Ladies and gentlemen, the men's Open 1500 metre Championship of Victoria.
On your marks.
So we are away and racing here for the 2023 Victorian Open Men's 1500 metre final, and certainly not wasting any time to try and get to the front is Jared Clifford there, right on the inside. McDonald Hurd on his outside. Bowers not too far away either, so they'll try and sort themselves out, but it's Jared Clifford with that distinctive white cap on. He's going to lead them out. Lockie Hurd, he was over in Bathurst. He ran the 10K, 6K, he did it all, and he's just going to sit right on his shoulder there, and McDonald sitting comfortably in third as this pack will just try and sort themselves out, trying to run a little bit wide. There is Bowers on the outside of him too. Is going to be Dale Carroll, I believe, as well, and those Collingwood Silks. So he just slips there into third position now as they just start to make their way through, looking pretty comfortable. It's Mortier there from Belgium, just on the back of McDonald, who these top three just starting to stretch away just a little bit, and it'll be interesting through this first 400 metres where they go. And it is McLeod there on this Box Hill Silks. We get a first lap read. It's going to be about 57.58, so they're under that 3:45 pace at the moment. They're strung out like a well-oiled machine. Archie Wallace now in those red colours as well, starting to get on the shoulder of his teammate in Bowers. Doesn't want to be too far away. Some great speed there from young Archie Wallace, as it's Jared Clifford still leading it out. Hurd there in second.
72 seconds for the first
500 metres through there, so 600 metres. It's now Clifford, Hurd, just sticking on nicely. Behind him there is Carroll. These three have a little bit of a gap there. Back to the rest of the field. It's Wallace now just going on the outside of our international competitor there in Mortier. And just one more inside of there is Bowers. So these three just continue to stretch away ever so slightly. With the number 11 there is Gruen. The Bankstown colours can't miss him in that beautiful yellow singlet. So it's going to be Jared Clifford still leading them out. He has no interest in anybody taking over the lead running here. It's 2 minutes on the clock. So 3:45 would be the overall time if they can hold it from here. Hurd putting himself in a magnificent position. It's Carroll there in third, Wallace in fourth, and behind him there is still going to be Bowers. So it's a Scotch 1-2 punch there as the rest of the field continues to be strung out. So it's McDonald spat out the back now. These top three though haven't changed, they haven't altered, they haven't moved, and it doesn't look like they will over this next round, as it's still Clifford leading out nicely there from Hurd. Behind him there is still going to be our man in Carroll. So it's Wallace leading out the next pack as well. A little bit of work to do over this 500 metre mark, but now we come down this start-finish line for the second last time. It's Jared Clifford leading out Hurd. Behind him there is still Carroll. It's Wallace on the inside there. Going around him now is Gruen, and it's going to be 3:41 PB for Jared Clifford. He's going to try and chase it down. So Jared Clifford now, Hurd on the back, Carroll in third. The rest of the pack, geez, it looks like they're making up the numbers at the moment. It's going to come down to a kick finish, and one of the ones with the most devastating of them all is Lockie Hurd in that second position. So 300 metres to go. It's Jared Clifford in the Diamond Valley colours. Right behind him there is Hurd. Making a sweeping move is Carroll. They're going to go three wide coming into the bend. It's going to be a little bit of a shotgun effort there from Hurd. He gets around Clifford now. Carroll going to be the man to go with him. Oh, he's just been sitting back. He's been biding his time here. Lockie Hurd. Carroll now right on the shoulder. It might be a 1-2 punch, but Jared Clifford not done with yet. So as we we make our way into the final 100 metres. Lockie Hurd's been knocking on the door all season long. He's extending away. He's done it over the 5,000. Lachlan Hurd, he's going to pump the arms right now. A 44 Hurd, just over a Victorian champion. Wowee, Clifford there hangs on for second, Carroll for third, Gruen for fourth, Wallace for fifth, Bowers for sixth, as the rest of the field comes through now. But Lockie Hurd, what a season he's had, and he caps it off with a Victorian 1,500 metre title.
Time for the victory ceremony and medal presentation for the men's under-20 discus championship of Victoria. And receiving our bronze medal with a best distance of 34.39 metres from Geelong Guild, Shay Eastwood. Collecting the silver medal with a best distance of 43.19 metres, a new personal best, representing the Eureka Athletic Club, Ben Locke. The gold medalist, Victorian champion, a new personal best of 55.96 metres, representing Corio, Darcy Giddings. Congratulations to Shay, Ben and Darcy, the medalists in the men's under-20 discus throw.
So if you got sick of me during the race call, well, you're going to be sick of us now talking about it over the live stream. But what a performance there in the men's 1500. It was just Lockie Hurd. Have a look at this. Just absolutely flying down the home straight. He's the Vic 5K champion, I believe. He does it over 15. Jared Clifford didn't give up, and Carroll right behind him there. But your Victorian champion for 2023, Lockie Hurd, coached by none other than the great, beautiful Gavin Burren. So great to see him get another state champion, but what a run.
It was in 2 races in one. The 3 of them, Carroll, Clifford and Hurd, 500 out, did an amazing job. Jared is an exceptional performer, right? Para-athlete, but also he led them for most of this race, and when he was about 250 from home, he was challenged by Carroll. Hurd was beautifully boxed, sorry, not boxed, he was in third. He had the opportunity to make the move, but Jared didn't give up. And as you mentioned post-race, Jared is such a fierce competitor. He did an amazing job. We're just waiting for the times to come through. 3:41.34 is his PB, and I think Oceania a record as well. But if he gets anywhere near that, the unofficial time is around 3:45. He should be pleased. He should really be pleased. And well done to Carroll as well.
No, you never get an easy race with Jared, which is, I'm sure, what everybody knows in that field. So he did a phenomenal job to lead it out. He'll probably be maybe feeling a little bit frustrated that he was tasked with doing the bulk of the work, but unfortunately somebody always is. So really tough competing there from Jared, but Lockie Hurd, he is a great story. He's just been working at it. He's still relatively young. As I said, comes out of the Knox stables there, works with Archie Wallace, who's come home from Wake Forest last year over in the NCAA system. So Gav just building a nice little distance pack there with Abby Caldwell as well. But Lockie Hurd, he's a 2-time state champion this year. Who knows, he could go out and do something even more special over the winter seasons and heading into nationals. But fantastic work as we look at the men's pole vault down here as well.
Big field of competitors, so they're running across 2 pits. There's the only men's pole vault on today, women's on tomorrow from memory if it wasn't last night, so I've hedged my bets. Our next competitor, you can see Christian Painter on in the background from Geelong Guild, the hardest working man today. He was in the open men's high jump. I think he's doing 5 events this weekend, so as a decathlete, he's certainly going to have his work cut out for him, but he'll be used to this with so many open events closer together. And we've also got the women's discus going on in the background as well. So just a reminder, head to Results Hub, athsvic.results hub for all your up-to-date results, but we're heading very shortly across to the next event on the track. Gentlemen, the next event on the track will be the final of the men's under 20 1500 metres. 15 competitors. Let's introduce the field to you. In station number 1 from Old Zaverians, Finian Russell. Station 2 from Collingwood, Wolfgang Kotra Namisi. Station 3 from Wendouree, Archie Cowdell. In 4 from Knox, Jai Hatfield. In 5 from Mornington, Charlie Kybird. 6 from Chilwell, Bailey Wilson. In Station 7 from Knox, Bailey Morrell. Station 8 from Western Athletics, Carl Schapp. In Station 9 from Box Hill, Isaac Bibele. In 10 from Sandringham, Alexander Angus. 11 from Mornington, Oliver Pratt. In 12 from Diamond Valley, Dylan Vidana-Thorina. In 13 from Mentone, Alexander Gibson. 14 from Knox, Bradley Hall. And in Station 15 from Box Hill, Thomas Diamond. The Victorian state record held by Paul Cleary, 3:38.39, set in 1996. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the field for the final of the men's under 20 1500 metres.
On your marks.
And so we are away and racing now in the men's under 20 1500 metre final. The state championship on the line here, and much like our open event, they're not wasting any time to try and get to the front. Kochanamisi now on the inside of the rail, Thomas Diamond on his shoulder, and they might just slow it right up. They've got no interest in continuing this pace. So this is going to be a classic championship race here in the distance events. They like to play a little bit of a game of cat and mouse and see who's got the kick towards the finish. So it's a real challenge of staying power here. Kochanamisi on the rail, just more than happy to be the man at the front. And they're going to run to his pacing, which is never easy to do.
This is good experience for these young kids heading into national championships. You can see the pace is absolutely gone to a crawl. No one wants to take the lead, but the back end of the race is going to be a sprint on. You can see Kochanamisi's looking around saying, come on fellas, someone pick up the pace with 3 laps to go.
So Kochanamisi, he's just going to take a look left and right and see if anybody wants to come. The only one willing to do it there is Bradley Hall of Knox, so he just gets right on his shoulder now as he moves even a little bit wider than that. He's going to invite anybody to take it up. It could be Russell there in those old Zaverian colours, just on the inside rail. Have a look at the clock here. It's a 67.68, so pedestrian at this point in time. It's almost a crawling event here. Babile tucked in nicely there in the middle of the pack. Thomas Diamond went to the 1500 metres in the World Under 20 Championships last year, and he's just sitting right on the shoulder as well. You really let somebody like that into this race when you keep it this slow, this early.
Well, I'm looking forward to a sprint at the end, ladies and gentlemen. It is pedestrian. This is all about tactics in the middle distance, hence why 1 lap was far enough for this good commentator. But as they come down with another 150 before they get 2 laps to go, Mitch, it really is just now about tactics, and no one is actually making a move, but it's 3 to 4 wide coming around the home turn.
So it might have to be somebody towards the back of this pack that really gets it moving. It's Hall on the inside now. Babile just starts to creep right up on the shoulder, and it's once one of the heavy hitters starts to make a move, people get nervous. They would have sharpened the elbows coming into this one now. It's also Hadfield right on the shoulder of Diamond, right behind there as well as Bailey Morrell. So these Knox blue colours just really populating the front of the pack here. It's Hall just starting to put his foot on the accelerator a little bit now, and Thomas Diamond is the man to emerge from this pack and say, I've had enough. I've got the pedigree and I want to make you work for it. 2:16 to 69 on the clock here, and now the big hitters, the big kickers, they start to get moving. Have a look now, Kochanamisi in that Collingwood jersey as well, just starting to creep up on the shoulder. So Diamond's just going to say, you're not going to have it easy. You want it, come and get it. It's Hall right on the rail there. It's Kochanamisi now just creeping up a little bit further around. Morrell not too far away either. And now starting to get into the running is Hadfield. So these Knox boys working really well together. Russell just on the back of it. It's Diamond out in front. Probably the most nerve-wracking man to have at the front of this field as Kochanamisi takes one more look just to see who's coming along. And a name not to be messed with there is also going to be Archie Caldo in those Winderee colours. But Billet on the back of it now. Diamond wants to have a crack, and he's going to get him moving.
Well, here comes the 60-second time trial, ladies and gentlemen. The final lap of this under 20 1500. Anything can happen with a pack of 6 up out in front. It's going to be who's got the running in the legs. You can imagine that at this stage, that slow pace at the beginning, the lactic's going to start to build, but they head down the back straight. You can see the head starting to move around with Morel. Cotranamisi's running nice and smoothly, but it really is going to be a battle of 3 or 4 as they come down with 200 to go.
So 200 metres to go. It's going to be Thomas Diamond there on the inside of the rail. He knows how to win it and win it well. So it's Diamond still leading them out. Cotranamisi behind him there. He's a 150 man over the 800. A dangerous man to have fresh legs. So Diamond kicks the head back. He's really putting it all out there. Cotranamisi creeps on the shoulder. Here comes Russell as well. He's about to high-five the crowd. Have a look at this. Barnstorming wide there. Oh, it's Russell. He arches the back, accelerates away. How do you do? Oh, boy, Finian Russell. Thomas Diamond on the inside, coming with a late sweeping move was Morel as well. And Cotranamisi. But Finian Russell, the old Zavarian Silks, just puts his arms out and says, if you can't believe it, I can. I'm the state champion here in the under-20 men's 1500.
What a sensational finish to that race, and congratulations to all competitors. As we mentioned, it was tough to find a leader in the first stage, but what a blinding sprint from Russell down the outside from Old Zavarians. And you know what? It was an exciting race. Let's forget about the time. This was certainly one of those races that we'll remember. Mitch, it was tactically different, but down the outside, Russell from Old Zavarians taking out the gold medal in the Under-20 State Championships.
Well, hats off to Thomas Diamond as well. Did a lot of that work there to really get this pack exploding. But have a look at that. Russell just, geez, Diamond nearly fell over to get there. Cotranamisi there in third, a class field. And somebody go down and pinch Finian because he almost looked like he didn't believe it. So phenomenal racing in the men's under-20, 1,500 metres.
Put a 1, 2, 3 on that.
Yeah, well, there was.
Well, we had that before.
Time now for the presentation for the Women's Open Long Jump Championship of Victoria. In third position, receiving the bronze medal, with a best distance of 5.77 metres, represents Athletics Essendon, Tierra Exum. In second place, with a best distance of 5.90 metres, also from Athletics Essendon, Montana Zachenko. At the Victorian champion, the gold medalist, with a best of 5.99 metres, representing Sandringham, Audrey Kiriakou. Congratulations to Tierra, Montana, Audrey, and the entire field in the Women's Open Long Jump competition. Next presentation is for the men's Open 1500 metre Championship of Victoria. Medals being presented by Ashley Anderson from Athletics Victoria. In third position in a time of 3:47.32, representing Collingwood Harriers, Dale Carroll. Our silver medalist in a time of 3:46.85, representing Diamond Valley, Jared Clifford. The new Victorian champion and gold medalist in a time of 3:45.93 from Casey Cadinia, Lachlan Hurd. So congratulations to Dale, Jared and Lachlan, the medalists in the men's Open 1500 metre Championship. Now let's go to our next presentation. It is for the men's under 20 1500 metre final. Our bronze medalist in the time of 3:59.75, representing Collingwood Harriers, Wolfgang Kocher-Namisi. In second position, receiving the silver medal in the time of 3:59.44 from Box Hill, Thomas Diamond. And the new Victorian under 20 champion in the time of 3:59.31, representing Oldsavarians, Finian Russell. So congratulations, Wolfgang, Thomas, Finian. A great race in the men's under 20 1500 metre final. Medals being presented by Athletics CEO Matthew Duck.
this side for the moment. We'll do the live
If I can draw attention to the infield, please. I'm going to introduce Matthew Duck from Athletics Victoria, and we are now going to do some very special presentations, some 50-year service awards, and also a life membership. So Matthew Duck from Athletics Victoria, the microphone's all yours.
Thank you, Tim. Yes, just very briefly, and on behalf of Athletics Victoria, it is my great privilege to both welcome you all here this evening as well as our distinguished award recipients, many of whom, or several of whom, are receiving their awards after a year or two in waiting. Indeed, these are awards that were announced, be it in 2020, 2021, 2022, but ultimately, as we would all be well aware, there were some circumstances over those last 3 years that made the presentation of these awards more difficult. So belatedly, we are here this evening to award 5 50-year Distinguished Service Awards, as well as 1 Athletics Victoria Life Membership. Presenting this evening will be, to my right, President of Athletics Victoria, Rob Wendell, and Vice President, Claire Burton. Again, it is my great privilege on behalf of Athletics Victoria to be here this evening and recognise the outstanding service and contribution to our sport of these 50-year service awardees, 5 of whom will receive that award this evening, and of course our 1 Life Membership Award. Thanks, Tim.
Thank you, Matt. All right, first one to be recognised. Step forward. Anthony/Tony Doran.
Which one?
It'll be, his name will be on it. I think it's the other end.
That is the issue with their company names still.
Yeah. Our next recipient, Ian Handeside. In Station 3, representing St Joseph's, Richard Lavish. Another man with great presence on the track and off the track. We congratulate Grant Sargent. And an absolute legend of the Glen Huntly Women's and Glen Huntly Athletic Club. Congratulations, Margaret Dunbar. So very big congratulations to Anthony, Ian, Richard, Grant and Margaret, recipients of the 50 Years Distinguished Service Award. It's now with great pleasure that we present our Life Membership pin, and that will be going to Rod Griffin. Rod commenced his involvement with athletics in Victoria in 1971 as a Sebastopol Athletics Club member until 1991, when the club merged with Eureka. A talented and respected coach, Rod has been instrumental in guiding athletes including Collis Birmingham, Stuart McSwain, Victoria Mitchell, Dua Ua, just to name a few. Rod completed 8 years on the Athletics Victoria board, along with 35 years of service on the Ballarat Regional Athletics Board in various roles, including President and Vice President. Rod has also been part of the World Cross Country Championships, coaching the team in 2013 and 2015, the World Uni Games in 2004 and 2008, the World Junior Championships in 2016 and 2018, and the Commonwealth Youth Championships in 2017. Rod was also a national junior coach with Athletics Australia for 5 years. It's with great pleasure and great honour we award Rod Griffin life membership of Athletics Victoria. So thank you for the audience for staying tuned for the official part of our afternoon here, and we'll go back to the action out on the track and in the field.
So on the track now, we do have our women's 400 metre open and under 20 para event. Coming out of lane number 3, representing Old Zavarians, it's Sophie Hughes. In lane number 4, also from Old Zavarians, is Annabelle Coleman. In lane number 5, also from Old Zavarians, it's Georgia Pounding. In lane number 6, from the Ballarat Harriers, it's Christy Newcomb. In our women's under 20 event, coming out of lane number 7, from Old Zavarians, it's Clara Campillos. And rounding it out in lane number 8, also from Old Zavarians, is Lexi Guinea. These are all your competitors here in the women's under 20 and open 400 metre para event.
On your marks.
So we're away and racing now here in the open and under 20 para 400 metres. We'll see who picks up the stagger the fastest. It could be Campillos there from Old Zavarians towards the outside in the under 20 event as they make their way up this back straight. So not too far away either is going to be Pounding, who's really starting to get into the running there. So too is Newcomb now, just really looking smooth up that back straight. So as we make our way around, it's a sea of the red and black as they make their way through the first 200 metres. And roughly, you'd look at about 28 to 30 seconds on the clock. Pounding moving through well there. So too there Coleman, and I believe it might be Campillos as well towards the outside. Get a better look as they make their way and finish off the stagger and head towards the top of the home straight. So this is your under 20 and open women's para 400 metres as they make their way in now. It is going to be Coleman who's leading it in there. So Coleman now, one further out than that is Pounding, and also making their way through is Campillos as they come down this home straight. It is going to be Annabelle Coleman, Georgia Pounding not too far away, and Campillos even wider than that, but coming down to crash the tape first. It is going to be Annabelle Coleman, Georgia Pounding there in the second place position. It is going to be Campillos now coming through too, and we will obviously wait for everybody to get the results of the event. And all the percentages is now coming down to the line is Christy Newcomb of Ballarat Harriers, who's going to go just under 85, just underneath it there. Well done to Christy. Guinea now coming down as well. And further inside from that, coming down the home straight will be Sophie Hughes of the Old Zavarians, as she'll crash it just over 95 seconds on the clock. And fantastic racing there for our women's open and under 20 para 400 metres.
Back on the infield, let's do the presentation for the Women's Under-20 Discus Throw Championship of Victoria. Receiving our Victorian bronze medal with a best distance of 32.94 from Mentone, Claudia Casazas. Receiving the silver medal with a best distance of 34.57 from Williamstown, it's Erin Menzies. Receiving the Victorian gold medal, our Victorian champion with a best distance of 41.81 metres from Athletics Nunawading, Elise Keegan. And our event winner with a best distance of 47.21, receiving the Invitation gold medal from Queensland, Charlize Goody. So congratulations to Claudia, Erin, Elise and Charlize, and all competitors in the women's under-20 discus throw.
Just a quick announcement here out to the grandstand. Scott Lovell, if you are about, please do come to the check-in. Scott Lovell from Collingwood, please do come to the check-in as we are looking for you for one of our events a little bit later. So Scott Lovell, you're not in trouble, just come to the check-in, please. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, on the track now, we do have our men's open and under 20 para 400 metres. Coming out of lane number 3, representing Keilor St Bernard's, it's Sean Scott. In lane number 4, from the Ballarat Harriers, it's James Pendred. In lane number 5, from Older Variants, it's Carlo Manolitsis. And in the under 20 event, coming out of lane number 6, from Diamond Valley, it's Jordan Rudd. These are all your competitors here in the men's open and under 20 para 400.
On your marks. Set.
So we're away in racing now here in the men's open under 20 para 400 metre event. One of the best to jump there was Matalitsis there on the outside, and internal of him is Pendred. So as they make their way through this first bend, it's Rudd outside there in the Diamond Valley colours. Pendred now just really starting to get into the running, and Scott too now enters the back straight. So 150 metres into this, it's Pendred. Matalitsis not too far away either, and Rudd still pushing hard in the outer lanes. So as we make our way through the first 200 metres, who was 26-27 on the clock, it is scorching hot at the moment. It's James Pendred of the Ballarat Harriers, though, just continuing to extend away as he comes into this home straight. Rudd on the outside, Matalitsis too, and Sean Scott still running on strong there for St Bernard's. So we come into the final 100 metres. It's James Pendred of the Ballarat Harriers really pumping the arm, starting to go through the motions with 50 metres to go. Matalitsis and Rudd, but it's all James Pendred here in the men's open 400. He's going to cross it first in a 58-second 400. Carlo Matalitsis now coming through in the opens, and Rudd in the under-20s will be your champion there from Diamond Valley, and we will wait for the results and everything to be calculated by the officials after the race now as Sean Scott comes through to crash the tape in this men's open 400 metre para event. Sensational racing there on the one lap distance. And it was James Pendred who went through first. We will wait for all the percentages to be calculated though, but it was Jordan Rudd who will be your champion in the men's under 20 400 event.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, a feature event on tonight's program. This is the final of the Women's 400-metre Open Track and Field Championship. Current title holder, Tez Kursop-Cole. She won this event last year in 54.04. The most wins, not surprising, Tamsin Lewis-Manu, 6 across her career. Let's introduce this talented field. In lane number 1, representing Box Hill, Sienna Kurdian. In lane 2, from Mornington, Alexia Luzau. In lane 3, from Box Hill, Ellie Sanford. In lane 4, from Albury, Bella Pasquale. In lane 5, from Sandringham, Anna Plessinger. In lane 6, from Essendon, Michaela Selinakis. Lane 7, from Western Athletics, Ella Tobin. And in lane 8, from Collingwood, Scarlett Meister. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the field, the final of the Women's 400-metre Championship of Victoria.
On your mark.
So the 57th running of this event is underway. On the outside, Burmester will lead them out in the first 100 metres. Plessinger running well in the middle. She's got the outside 3 covered. Fairly static on the inside, which will be Pasquale, Sanford, Luzai and Kurdian. So Ella Tobin starts her run home, 200 metres to go on the inside. You'll see with the white bow is Anna Plessinger. She's done a lot of work in the first 250. She's got Tobin to catch on the outside, and also on the inside, Sanford in a position to strike. So 120 metres to go in the final of this 400. Sanford will turn in front, challenged by Luzau, perhaps on the inside. Also Plessinger on the outside. It's a race of 3 coming home. Selinakis, but she may not have enough left in the tank. Plessinger will take it home. Selinakis challenging, but Plessinger will win the Women's 400-metre Championship of Victoria. Selinakis from Essendon, an absolutely brilliant late run home in the home straight, 54.92. Third place, Ellie Sanford, perhaps. But a great run from Anna Plessinger. Held on in the last 25 metres of a very tough race here. As we mentioned, the wind is starting to come up. Plessinger's hung on to her form in the last 25 metres. Selinakis flying home. And Ellie Sanford on the live stream, ladies and gentlemen. My apologies if you're not watching. Looks like it's third unofficially from Box Hill. So we'll leave it to our photo finish team to confirm the place getters in the Women's Open 400-metre Championship of Victoria. Well, ladies and gentlemen, the next event on the track, also a feature event on tonight's program. This is the final of the men's 400 metres, the Championship of Victoria. This will be the 64th running of this event. Our current title holder is Luke Major from Glen Huntly, who won this event last year, 47.61. The most wins, of course, that will be a Collingwood athlete, Bill Hooker. Ladies and gentlemen, let's introduce your field. In lane 1, representing Old Melburnians, Tristan Robinson. In lane 2 from Old Melburnians, Conrad Kumaras. In lane 3 from Old Melburnians, Daniel Minns. In lane 4 from Corio, Christian Davis. 5 from Essendon, Brodie Hicks. In lane 6 from Essendon, Cameron Searle. In lane 7 from Albury, Jack Bolton. And in lane number 8 from Geelong Guild, Caleb Kilpatrick. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your field for the final of the Men's Championship of Victoria.
On your mark. Set.
Well, the 64th running of this event is underway, and Kilpatrick is certainly leading them out. Cameron Searle on the inside of him, flying down the back straight. Moving to first place, and then Christian Davies in the middle, and then Daniel Minns, Kumaras and Robinson from the Old Melburnian trio on the inside. So Cameron Searle from Essendon rounds them up. So the field's now 7. He'll lead them into this home straight, looking very comfortable. Probably Christian Davies the only one to challenge, but Searle absolutely striding out, looking very comfortable with 40 metres to go. Challenging for second will be Minns, but Cameron Searle, a great run from start to finish from my book. Minns second, Davies third, unofficially in the 64th running of the men's 400 metre Championship of Victoria.
Live.
So great composure from Cameron Searle. Look at him, the determination. Shoulders are beautifully stable. He's just striding through towards the line. On the inside, Daniel Minns, great finish over Christian Davies. So Christian Davies more known for his 800 metre running, but Searle really impressive in the final of this 400 metres. We'll just wait for the time, but that's how things played out in the men's 400.
Yeah, it looked like nobody was getting near him there, Searle, so he just really knew what his game plan was going to be and executed it to perfection. Love seeing those Corio silks out there as well. Silks is my new word, I figured out as well. So those Corio colours of the green, which is fantastic. And I think now we're going to be in for a treat for these next events, which is the men's and women's under 20 version of this event.
And Mitch, this is where I'm going to say goodbye. I will see you next weekend at the Sydney Track Classic. Ladies and gentlemen, athletics continues after our state championships. Tune into Athletics Australia's YouTube page. And I wish you and Tim the best. We'll see you all tomorrow.
Fantastic. So we're going to lose Glenn, which is very sad because we'd love to keep Glenn here. But I think he got sick of me, so that makes a lot of sense. So we are going to go now turn our attention to the under 20 events for the 400. We say goodbye to Glenn, and we'll see him next week.
Keep going, boys. We're ready to start the race, please. Let's go, boys. I know you're buggered, but lucky it's not your birthday. You won't have any blow it out.
So, ladies and gentlemen, on the track now is the final for our women's under 20 400 metres. State record held by Kathy Freeman back in 1992, 51.14. Coming out of lane number 1, representing Sandringham, it's Hannah Wilcock. In lane number 2, from Corio, Ella Rayson. In lane number 3, from Doncaster, Alessandra Flynn. In lane number 4, from Essendon, it's Sophia Gregorovich. In lane number 5, from Ballarat Harriers, it's Layla Watson. In lane number 6, from Glen Huntly, Sophia Hanlon. And in lane number 7, from Box Hill, it's Amelie Holler. These are all your competitors here in the women's under 20 400 final.
On your mark. Set.
Up and racing now here in the women's under 2400 metres. It's Watson, one of the best to jump on the outside of her, or the inside I should say, is Gregorovich as well, starting to pick up the stagger. So not too far away is Flynn in the Doncaster colours, as now we start to see it's Watson now just really picking up the shoulder of her competitors on the outside. Starting to move too from Essendon is Gregorovich, so these two really starting to lead it out here. Hanlon not too far away in those Glen Huntly colours, 26 seconds on the clock. They're wasting no time at the moment, so it's Watson, Gregorovich. There your 1-2 punch, not too far away either, is going to be Hanlon. So as they make the turn now and round the bend, it's 100 metres to go. It's Hanlon and Watson really starting to go after it here. They're starting to go through the Mottram. Here comes Gregorovich as well. Oh, starting to tighten up. And here comes Gregorovich right on the inside now. Starts to steam away for Essendon. It will be Gregorovich. On her outside there, Watson. Coming through now was Hanlon for third. On the inside is Flynn. But what a performance. Bite at the time beautifully. And Sophia Gregorovich will be your champion. The women's under 20, 400 metres.
Over at the VISD, it's with great pleasure we will introduce the field of the Women's Open Pole Vault Championship to their adoring crowd. This is the 29th time we've conducted this championship. Rosanna Ditton has the most wins with 5. Cassidy Bradshaw was last year's winner with 390 as her best clearance. 4 metres 50. Emma George in 1997 is the championship record. Let's introduce our field. In Station 1, representing Box Hill, Adelaide Hawkins. Station 2, from Athletics Nunawading, Hannah Hodges. In Station 3, from Melbourne University, Olivia McMahon. In 4, from Doncaster, Talia Grace. In 5, representing Geelong Guild, Victoria Pape Silva. In 6, from South Coast Athletics, Nicola Slade. Station 7 from Athletics Essendon, Kushnor Rangi. And by no accident, right next to her from Athletics Essendon, it is Suknor Rangi. In 9 from Melbourne University, it is Tamara Mancuso. In 10 from Keelos and Bernards, Kate Abfelder. Station 11 representing Diamond Valley, it's Alicia Kenshall. Let's see if we can match that. From Corio in 12, Grace Bath. And in Station 13 from Casey Cadinia, Felicity Juvelet. There's your field of 13 in the women's open pole vault competition.
Thank you very much, that was well done. We're going to have to start, ladies, sorry. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, behind the blocks now, here is the final of the men's under 20 400 metres. In lane number 1, representing Yarra Rangers, it's Noah Wright. In lane number 2, from Essendon, it's Michael Dinan. In lane number 3, from Sandringham, it is Tom O'Rourke. In lane number 5, from Doncaster, Thomas Reynolds. In lane number 7, from Nunawading, it's Kai Nielsen. And in lane number 8, from St Kevin's, it is Tom Forster. These are all of your competitors here in the men's under 20 400 metre final.
On your mark. Stand up, gentlemen, please. Stand up. On your mark.
Cleanly away now here in the men's under 20 400. The one to watch is Thomas Reynolds, who gets out like a bullet out of a gun at the moment. O'Rourke also in those Sandringham colours, starting to make his way up that back straight. But all eyes and all attention lie on the Doncaster athlete and Thomas Reynolds. So takes a look down to see if his feet are catching up with his arms, because they are pumping as they make their way through this first 200 metres. 22 seconds on the clock for Thomas Reynolds, who continues to extend away. It's Tommy O'Rourke there on the inside of him, and moving really nicely also was Michael Dinan. But as they come into this home straight, it's all Thomas Reynolds. He just starts to extend away here. Reynolds always all class. 50 metres to go here for the men's under 2400 metres. It's Thomas Reynolds versus the clock. Tightens up ever so slightly, but there's a 47 to go with it. Coming through is O'Rourke. Ooh, throw a blanket over it. It might have even been Noah Wright of the Yarra Rangers to get through there for third. We'll have to wait on this live stream and for our officials to figure it out. But the class competitor and your Victorian champion in the men's under 20 400 is going to belong to Thomas Reynolds. So ladies and gentlemen, on the home straight now, we have the presentation for our women's open 400 metres. In third place, representing Box Hill with a time of 55.57, Ellie Sanford. In second place, representing Essendon with a time of 55.09, Michaela Salidanakos. And your gold medalist, state champion for the Women's Open 400 metres from Sandringham with a 54.89, Anna Plessinger. Congratulations to our 3 medalists there in the Women's Open 400 metres. So to everybody watching on the live stream, it's just me here now, which is dangerous because you give me the microphone, you give me open, clear airspace. We're going to insider conversations for all the millions, I'm sure, watching internationally, but however many are on this YouTube feed. Who am I looking out for here? Obviously, we've got the 100-metre finals. I want all of what you have to say on the 100-metre finals. And not only that, some 800s coming up later. Get some conversation going. Can we just spark this up, please, a little bit? Because I want to get something. Franklin Niwa Jarfoy, for me, doesn't lose the under-20 event. But that's just me talking. I don't know a lot about sprints. So if you've got an opinion, if there's something you want to say, get on the YouTube comments. We'll have a look. We're going back to presentations. Ladies and gentlemen, back to the home straight. We have a presentation for our women's under-20 para 400. The medals will be presented also by Kira Wright. In second place, representing Old Zavarians with a time of 1 minute 30 seconds, it's Lexi Guinea. And your state champion for the women's under-20 400-metre para event with a time of 70.95 from Old Zavarians, it's Clara Campillos. Congratulations to our women there in the women's under-20 400-metre para event. Back to the home straight, we have the presentation of our women's open para 400. In third place, representing Ballarat with a time of 84.63, it's Christy Newcomb. In second place from the Old Zavarian Club with a 66.78, it's Georgia Pounding. And our gold medalist, your state open champion from Old Zavarians with a 66.22 is Annabelle Coleman. Congratulations to our 3 medalists. Also Kira Wright for presenting once again in the Women's Open 400 para event. Just a quick announcement as well. Event number 42, our 100-metre wheelchair women event, meant to go off at 7 p.m, has been cancelled. So event number 42, the 100-metre wheelchair women's event at 7 p.m, has been cancelled. Ladies and gentlemen, at the top of the track, we have the final of our women's under-20 100-metre event. The Vic State record from 1968, 11.20, Raylene Boyle. Coming out of lane number 2, representing Windaree, it's Madison Wright. In lane number 3, from Sandringham, it's Amelia Spenceley. In lane number 4, also from Sandringham, it's Zoe Billsborough. In lane number 5, from Box Hill, Carly Senior. In lane number 6, also from Sandringham, it's Jessica Malat. In lane number 7, from Essendon, it's Amanda Rout. And in lane number 8, representing Old Scotch, it is Lily Taylor. These are all of your competitors here in the women's under-20 100-metre final.
On your marks. Set.
So we're away in racing. It's going to be Senior, the best to jump, and here comes Jessica Malat on the outside now. So Malat, just starts the power and extend the way. The women's under-20 100 is going to belong to Jessica Malat. And what a dominant performance on the outside there was Amanda Rout. We'll have to wait and see for that third place getter, but the women's under-20 100 metres was won by and dominated by Jessica Malat. Ladies and gentlemen, we turn our attention back to the home straight for the presentations of our men's under-20 para 400 metres. Our state champion with a time of 62.92, representing Diamond Valley. Give it up for Jordan Rudd. Congratulations to Jordan and to Kira for presenting again here in the men's under-20 400 metre para event. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, we will turn our attention to the home straight for the presentation of our men's 400 metre para open event. In third place, representing Keilor St Bernard's, it's Sean Scott. In second place, representing Old Zavarians, it's Carlo Manalitsis. And your state champion gold medalist from Ballarat is James Pendred. Congratulations to our three medalists here and Kira Wright for presenting once again for our men's open para 400 metres. Ladies and gentlemen, at the top of the track, we do have our men's 100-metre under 20 final. The Victorian state record, held by Jared Keating all the way back in 1982, is 10.33. Coming out of lane number 1, representing Nunawading, it's Joshua Young. In lane number 2, from Western Athletics, Xander Byrne. In lane number 3, from Albury, it's Alexander Colgan. In lane number 4 from Western Athletics, it's Franklin Niwa Jarfoy. In lane number 5 from Doncaster, it's Matthew Parrott. Coming out of lane number 6, representing Dandenong Springvale, it is Craig Concesso. In lane number 7 from Geelong Guild, it's Patrick Poulter. And rounding it out in lane number 8, representing Ringwood, it is Brody Smith. These are all of your competitors here in the men's under 20 100-metre final.
On your marks. Set.
So we're Wayne racing here in the men's under 20. 100 metres coming down the straight now is Niwa Jarfoy. On the inside of him is Colgan. Niwa Jarfoy, Colgan just over the top. He extends salutes. Oh, it's Colgan, Niwa Jarfoy, Concesso possibly for third there. But Alexander Colgan, like a thief in the night, just snuck up and took the state championship in the men's under 20 100 metres. Ladies and gentlemen, at the top of the straight, we have the final of our women's open 100 metres. This is the 75th running of the event. Previous champion Hannah Bassick with an 11.71. The most wins belong to Kathy Freeman and Lauren Hewitt. Coming out of lane number 1, representing Glen Huntley, it is Jennifer King. In lane number 3, from Keilor St Bernard's, Rebecca Bain. In lane number 4, from Diamond Valley, it's Keely Boyne. In lane number 5, from Collingwood, it is Chiara Santiglia. In lane number 6, from the Ballarat Harriers, it's Grace Kelly. In lane number 7, from Diamond Valley, Katie Oliver. And in lane number 8, from Windaree, Najima Jock. These are all the competitors here in the women's open 100-metre final.
On your marks.
Up and racing now. One of the best to start was Santiglia. On the inside of her is Boyne. Santiglia, Boyne. Here comes the teenage sensation in Grace Kelly. So just gets up on the shoulder and she will salute as your Open champion. Oh, it's Kelly from Boyne. We'll have to wait and see for third place. But Grace Kelly, she's here. She has announced herself. She is your Victorian Open 100-metre champion. So once again to the home straight here, we have the presentation of our men's Open 400-metre championship. In third place, representing Corio with a time of 47.72, it is Christian Davis. In second place, representing Old Melburnians with a time of 47.44, it is Daniel Minns. And your state champion in the Open 400-metre event, representing Essendon with a time of 46.90, it's Cameron Searle. Give a warm round of applause there for our men's medalists in the Open 400 metres. So ladies and gentlemen, once again, I will avert your eyes to the top of the home straight. It is the final of your men's Open 100 metres. This is the 72nd running of this event. Drew Rodriguez-Chico was your champion last year. Greg Lewis and Aaron Rouge-Charette with the most amount of wins in this event. Coming out of lane number 1, representing Collingwood, it's Kyle Nicolucci. In lane number 2, from Essendon, it's Arben Dani. In lane number 3, also representing Essendon, it is Ryan Tarrant. In lane number 4, from Glen Huntly, Jesse McKenna. In lane number 5, from Collingwood, is Michael Romanen. In lane number 6, from St Kevin's, Nathan Reali. In lane number 7, from Corio, it's Jacob Cesar. And rounding it out, in lane number 8, from Mornington, it is Tom Templeton. These are all of your starters here in the men's Open 100-metre final.
On your marks.
Away and racing cleanly, one of the best to start there is going to be Romanen. Just on the inside of him there is also McKenna. So Romanen, McKenna, one further there is Dani. It's going to be Romanen. Oh, he is your state champion. Behind there was McKenna, Arben Dani, not too far away either. But it is going to belong to Collingwood, and Michael Romanen will be your champion, the men's Open 100 metres.
it's helpful with that. Actually, don't know where he sets up. You know what I mean? You don't know how he sets up. It's a little bit different from the
But nobody saw.
Open sets. Open sets.
There's nothing from the front.
Yep, no. Okay, that's fine. There's our answer.
Oh, yes, of course.
Yeah, go. That's fine. Yeah, good cover.
Oh, okay, we need to stop because it's not
We've
really.
got wheelies, yeah.
We need all
They don't get blocks, do they?
Oh, okay.
Over in the men's pole vault, the bar has now risen to 5 metres. We do have 4 competitors remaining. Lachlan Burns from Ballerine, Liam Harris, Box Hill, Joel Pocklington, Box Hill, and also from Box Hill, last year's champion Dalton DiMedio. So bar at 5 metres, 4 remaining, the men's open pole vault.
Yep, we've got that one. We can do the rotation. We've got another one scheduled for the 7:05, so we'll try.
So to all the live stream watchers, trying to watch here what's happened in this men's Open 100. So away cleanly, it just looked like Tarrant had a misstep there. So that's why I stopped calling, because I was like, oh, it must be over, like something's gone wrong. But absolutely not for Tarrant. But anyway, look, we'll wait and see. But it looks like everything was all natural there. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll turn your attention back to the home straight for the presentation of our men's wheelchair discus event. Our gold medalist representing Malvern, Kate Faulkner. Congratulations to Kate, your Victorian champion in the men's wheelchair discus.
First one over the 5 metre mark here in the men's pole. Joel Pocklington takes the lead in the competition. Dalton DiMedio, next one on the runway.
opening women.
DeMedio also over 5 metres.
So once again, back to the home straight now. We have the presentation of the women's under 20 400 metres. For the bronze medal, representing Glen Huntly with a time of 56.38, Sophia Hanlon. In second place, representing Ballarat with a time of 55.09, it's Layla Watson. And your state champion with a time of 54.63, representing Essendon, it's Sophia Gregorovich. Congratulations to our 3 medalists there in the women's under 20 400 metres. So at the top of the straight now, we have our women's open and under 20 100 metre para event. In our open event, coming out of lane number 3, representing Old Zavarians, it's Sophie Hughes. In lane number 4, representing the Ballarat Harriers, it's Kirsty Newcomb. For our under 20 event, coming out of lane number 5, representing Old Zavarians, it's Clara Campillos. In lane number 7, representing Mornington, it's Kobe Lee Dyer. And in lane number 8, also representing Old Zavarians, it's Lexi Guinea. These are all of your competitors here in the women's under 20 and open 100 para event.
On your mark. Set.
Away and racing now in the women's open and under 20 para event. The best to jump there is going to be Newcomb on the outside. So outside of her is Campillos of Old Zavarians. Now starting to get into the running is Kobe Lee Dyer. Campillos, Dyer on the outside. Going to take it. Dyer just on the outside there. Now coming through as well was Hughes. So too Newcomb, and coming across the line now is Guinea. And we will wait for the percentages here for the judges to do all of the algorithm work. But fantastic racing there for the women's open and under 20 100 metre para event. Once again, back to the home straight. We have the presentation of our men's under 20 400 metres. With the bronze medal representing Essendon in a time of 50.19, it is Michael Deanon. In the silver medal position, representing Zanderingham with a time of 49.44, it's Tom O'Rourke. And your state champion, the gold medalist with a blistering time of 47.04, representing Doncaster, Thomas Reynolds. Congratulations to our 3 medalists here in the men's under 20 400 metre championship.
Thanks, Mitch. And in the men's open pole vault, we're down to 3, so Harris not getting over at 5. So Burns, Pocklington and DiMedio, final competitors now in the men's open pole vault. And bar in the women's open competition, 3 metres 50.
Ladies and gentlemen, at the top of the straight here, we have the final of our men's open 100 metre wheelchair/seated event. Coming out of lane number 3, unattached, is Ethan Shawcroft. In lane number 4, representing Chilwell, it is Richard Coleman. In lane number 5, representing the Bellarine, it is Sam McIntosh. In lane number 6, from Ballarat YCW, is Samuel Rizzo. And in lane number 7, who is unattached, it is Kamba Akhtiari. These are all your competitors here in the men's open 100 metre para wheelchair event.
On your mark. Set.
So away and racing now, it's Coleman towards the inside. Starting to move now is Rizzo as well on the outside of him. So it's Rizzo just pumping the arms and extending away here. It's all Samuel Rizzo of the Ballarat YCW. He's going to storm home to be the champion. Inside there is also Coleman. Now coming through is McIntosh. Wider than that is Akhtiari, and finishing it off is Shawcroft. But the men's para wheelchair 100 metre event will belong to Samuel Rizzo. Once again, we turn our attention back to the home straight for the presentation of the Women's Under 20 100 metre Championship of Victoria. The bronze medalist representing Old Scotch with a time of 12.88, it is Lily Taylor. Your state's silver medalist representing Essendon with a time of 12.44, it is Amanda Rout. And your state champion, the gold medalist from the Women's Under 20 100 representing Sandringham at a time of 11.73, it's Jessica Malat. Congratulations to our medalists there in the Women's Under 20 100 metre Championship of Victoria.
Just another update from the men's open pole where it's really hotting up. 5:10 is the bar. First attempt clearances for both Burns and Pocklington. DiMedio first up miss at 5:10. He'll go again.
Once again, we find ourselves on the home straight for the presentation of the men's under-20 100 championship of Victoria. The bronze medalist representing Dandenong Springvale in a time of 10.74 is Craig Concesso. Our silver medalist from Western Athletics with a time of 10.67 seconds, it is Franklin Niwa Jafoy. And your state champion for the men's under-20 100 metres representing Albury in a time of 10.60, it's Alexander Colgan. Congratulations to our medalists here in the men's under-20 100 metre championship of Victoria. Once again, we find ourselves on the home straight for the presentation of our women's open 100 metre championship. In third place, our bronze medalist representing Keilor St Bernard's with a time of 12.29, it is Rebecca Bain. Our silver medalist representing Diamond Valley with a time of 12.18 is Keely Boyne. And the 75th champion of Victoria in the Women's Open 100 metres representing Ballarat with a time of 11.92. It is Grace Kelly. Congratulations to our three medalists here in the Women's Open 100 metre championship of Victoria.
Bar now at 5:20 in the men's open pole. 3 remaining burns next up. First attempt. So 3 across at 5:10, which was last year's winning height. Now we go to 5:20. Joel Pocklington next up. Ladies and gentlemen, at the top of the track, we do have our competitors here in the men's open 100 metre para event, as well as the men's under 20 100 metre para event. In the open event, coming out of lane number 3, representing Keilor St Bernard's, it is Sean Scott. In lane number 4, from Doncaster, it is Anthony Jordan. In lane number 5, from Mornington, it is Liam Griffith. In lane number 6, from the Yarra Range, it is Joseph Johnson.
In lane number 7 from KC Cardinia, it is Will Clemens. And in lane number 8, representing Collingwood, it is Andrew Close. So you go back down into the inside of the track. In the under-20 event, coming out of lane number 2, representing Maccabee, it is Ori Drabkin. These are all of your competitors here in the men's open and under-20 100-metre para event.
On your mark.
Do we have any more presentations? Yeah, we've got the open meeting coming over now. Just sort of power results.
Set.
So we will come back the second time of asking here in our men's open and under-20 para event.
On your mark. Set.
So we're off and racing here in the men's open and under-20 100-metre para event. It's Jordan now just streaking away, looking so comfortable in the same time. So it's Anthony Jordan who is pushing away. It does well. It's Jordan who's going to go there first. Griffith now not too far behind him. So too is Johnson. And coming down to cross the line now is going to be Will Clemens. Drabkin also in there on the inside of the track for our men's under-20 event. The rest will now have to wait on their percentages, but fantastic racing there in the men's open and under-20 100-metre para event.
So into the final attempts here, or the third attempts at 5:20. No one over at 5:20 in the men's pole vault. So Burns, Pocklington, DeMedio still in. Final attempts, 5:20. So we turn our attention back to the home straight. It is the presentation of our men's open 100-metre final. Our bronze medalist representing Glen Huntley with a time of 10.64. It's Jesse McKenna. In second place representing Essendon with a time of 10.61. It is Arben Darney.
And the 72nd champion here in the men's open Victorian title for the 100 metres, representing Collingwood with a time of 10.56. It is Michael Romanen. Congratulations to our 3 medalists here in the men's open 100 metre championship of Victoria.
So Burns unsuccessful at 5.20, so he bows out at 5.10. Pocklington, third and final attempt, 5 metres 20. Near miss there for Pocklington, just breasted it as he went over, but Joel Pocklington bowls out, is out at 5.10. Dalton DiMedio, running champion, next up. So once more, we are along the home straight here for the presentation of the men's under-20 triple jump championship of Victoria. Your bronze medalist representing Old Melburnians with a jump of 13.57, it is Austin Lockhead. Your silver medalist from Wyndham with a jump of 14.10, it is Sebastian Panicle. And your gold medalist, your state champion in the men's under-20 triple jump, representing Casey Cardinia with a jump of 14.43, it is Jeffrey Braun. Congratulations to our 3 medalists there in the men's under-20 triple jump championship of Victoria.
You're younger than me, you got more in you.
Okay, update from the pole vault. Dalton DiMedio bows out. We are going to have a jump off for the gold and silver. Lachlan Burns and Joel Pocklington will start the jump off. So in the poll, they'll be having 1 attempt at 5.20.
Depends whether they miss it or whether they both miss it, then we go down. I think it's 5, but Sterlo's just
So lots of excitement over here in the pole vault. The bar remains at 5.20 for the first of the jump-offs. If both miss, the bar will go down.
Can we go to like 480?
Bar is at 520. Stands up.
So once more, we are on the home straight here to present to our women's under-20 para 100 metres. Your silver medalist representing Old Zaverians with a time of 19.25. It is Lexi Guinea. And your state champion for the women's under-20 100 metre para event, also representing Old Zaverians with a time of 14.75. It is Clara Campillos. Congratulations to our state medalists and to Georgia Pounding for presenting our medals for the women's under-20 100 metre para event. Still on the home straight here, presenting for our women's open 100 metre para event. Our silver medalist representing Ballarat with a time of 17.48. It is Kirsty Newcomb. And your state champion for the women's open 100 metre para event, representing Old Zaverians with a 15.98. It is Sophie Hughes. Congratulations to our state medalist down there and Georgia Pounding for presenting our medals for the women's open 100 metre para event. So ladies and gentlemen, now we go down to the start-finish line. It is heat 1 of 3 in the men's under-20 800 metres. Top 2 will go through automatically from here, but the next 2 fastest times will join them in the final tomorrow. Coming out of lane number 1, representing Western Athletics, it is Bradley Ganley. In lane number 2, from Chilwell, Evander Scott. In lane number 3, from Old Melburnians, it is Rupert Clemenger. In lane number 4, from Diamond Valley, it is Dylan Vidan Patharana. In lane number 5, from Essendon, it is Yannick Ernst. In lane number 6, from Old Zaverians, it is Oliver Evans. In lane number 7, from Chilwell, it is Jack Ellis. In lane number 8, from the Yarra Rangers, it is Noah Wright. And with station number 9, from Keilor St Bernards, it is Dylan Egadawade. These are all your competitors here in the men's under-20 800 metres, heat 1 of 3.
On your marks.
So we're away cleanly here in the first of 3 heats in the men's under 800 metres. It's always a little bit of dodgem cars out here, just trying to bump and move your way through. And we'll see who can get down to that rail the quickest. So they go past these green cones and they'll find a spot. It's Evander Scott of Chilwell just trying to get there first. Egadawade not too far away either on the outside now. Just crept up nicely. And he's just going to find himself right on the outside shoulder, about 28 seconds through the first 200 metres. On the inside there is Rupert Clemenger of the Old Melburnians, as this pack It's only a matter of 5 metres from start to finish. It is Clemenger still leading it out. Egedawate right on the shoulder there, one out and one back, and they're starting to move out to lane 3 to try and find some clean running, and that's going to be Noah Wright. So he'll try and tuck himself in there and keep himself out of trouble. Now also moving down well is going to be Ernst, who just creeps up on the shoulder of Egedawate. So Clemenger, Egedawate and Ernst. One further out from there is going to be Wright. So 60 seconds on the clock, certainly not the fastest lap, but not the slowest, as now they really start to get into their work. So this final 300 metres is where there'll be carnage. Oh, we almost lost an athlete. Did well to keep his footing. Egedawate now just on the outside. Clemenger still on the inside, and running really well there is Ellis as well. So they're going to make their way up this back straight. Don't forget, it's only the top 2 that get through automatically. The others are going to have to sweat. And here comes Jack Ellis now. So he wants to try and get to that rail as early as possible. Clemenger's going to try and keep him away from it. Egedawate not too far away either. And here comes Ernst still on the back. So he's done with being on the back, Ernst. He's going to slingshot himself around with 100 metres to go. It's Clemenger. He's been doing a lot of the work. Ellis also now starting to make his way right up on the shoulder and moving really well as Ernst. But it's Clemenger just starting to gap away. Has a little bit of a look over his shoulder, and he knows that he's clean and he's home. It's Ellis on his outside. And beautiful running there from Ernst. Egedawate there comes through for 4th. Coming down to the line now is going to be Wright. And fantastic racing there. Evans now greets it 2. And so too to finish it off there is going to be Ganley. And we still have one competitor coming around here with 100 metres to go. But fantastic racing there in heat 1 of 3 in this men's under 20 800 metres. And Vedanta Patharana now coming down the home straight with 100 metres to go from Diamond Valley. So he'll pump his arms and finish off here. And heat number 1 of 3 in the men's under 20 800 metres. Gets into his running now, moves out to lane 2. Going to creep under the 2:40 on the clock. Oh, with ease. So well done. Great racing there in heat 1 of 3 in the men's under 20 800.
Just updating the pole vault. Pocklington on the runway 5:15. So both Burns and Pocklington missing at 5:15. We'll have a readjusted height.
Gentlemen, just relax. We're just waiting on the presentations, okay? Thank you.
So ladies and gentlemen, on the home straight here, before we get underway with heat number 2, we will present our men's 100 metre open wheelchair medalists. The bronze medal representing Chilwell with a time of 16.97, it is Richard Coleman. Our silver medalist representing the Ballarat YCW, it is Samuel Rizzo. And your state champion for the men's 100 metre wheelchair event representing the Bellarine, it is Sam McIntosh. Congratulations to our 3 medalists there in the men's open 100 metre wheelchair event. So turning our attention now to the start-finish line. It is heat 2 of 3 in the men's under 20 800 metres. It's only the top 2 who are going to go through automatically. The other 2 times are going to have to sweat and wait and see whether or not they join them in the final. Coming out of lane number 1, representing St Kevin's, it is Jack Bowen. In lane number 2 from Doncaster, it is Luca Scholes Robertson. In lane number 3 from Western Australia, it is Bob Abdelrahim. In lane number 4 from Knox, it is Amala Jalith. In lane number 5 from Essendon, it is Riley Walsh. In lane number 6 from Box Hill, it is Toby Griffith. In lane number 7 from the Bellarine, it is Oliver Armstrong. And in lane number 8, representing Doncaster, it is Benjamin Purser. These are all of your competitors here in Heat 2 of 3 in the men's under 20, 800 metres.
On your mark.
So here we are now. It's Heat 2 of 3 in the men's under 20, 800 metres. We'll see whether they go a little bit faster to try and drag through some competitors if they're not going to be in that top 2. It's Griffith, a little wide there in the Box Hill colours, is going to try and get across quickly, but the man who's going to stop him there is going to be Jack Bowen. So let's see how they get moving here. It is Abdel Rahim as well from Western Australia, who just gets in nicely there just on the shoulder. Now starting to make his way across is Oliver Armstrong in that red singlet. 26, 27 seconds strikes the clock. So only a matter of a second faster than our first heat. So leading it out here is still Jack Bowen. Griffith right there on his outside shoulder. And as I mentioned earlier, it is Oliver Armstrong now just finding himself in a good little position, in a position to be able to strike if he's called upon. So still leading it out here is going to be Jack Bowen. Griffith behind him there. Now moving through really nicely is still Armstrong. And starting to come a little bit wider than that is Scholes Robertson of Doncaster. So here they come through the bell. It was 60 the first one, 57 for the second one. So they're not messing around here at the moment at all. It is Jack Bowen leading it out. It's Griffith behind him there. So too moving through was Armstrong. It's still Abdel Rahim there in 4th position. And now moving really nicely is Lucas Scholes Robertson. So 300 metres to go and the race is cracking the whip at the moment. It's going to be at the front. Jack Bowen right behind him there is Toby Griffith. Moving through with a fair bit of pace is Armstrong. Abdel Rahim not too far away. And Scholes Robertson just creeping up ever so slightly. 126 hits the clock with 200 metres to go. He hasn't relinquished the lead even for a second. He'll try and take it gun to tape, will Jack Bowen. Behind him there is Griffith fighting on for that automatic position, and coming at him right now is Oliver Armstrong. So these three start to gap the ones behind them there. It's going to be an all-out sprint for that automatic spot. Taking a look around is Jack Bowen. Griffith on the inside there. On the outside of him is Armstrong. It's Armstrong just getting the better of it at the moment, but it's going to be Jack Bowen, as easy as you like, the champion there in heat number 2 of 3 in the men's under 2800 metres. Not far away was Oliver Armstrong. And Toby Griffith is going to be in 3rd place. We'll have to wait on time at the moment. And we'll see what happens in heat 3 of 3. As the rest of our field comes down now, it is Jalith. And also greeting the line will be Benjamin Purser. But those are the results of heat 2 of 3 in the men's under 20, 800.
So the drama continues in the pole vault men's open. 5:20 first jump off, 2 misses. 5:15, 2 misses. Both over at 5:10. The bar back at 5:15. Burns first up miss. Polkington on the runway.
So once again, ladies and gentlemen, on the track, we do have heat 3 of 3 in our men's under 2800 metres. Top 2 are going to be automatic. Next 2 fastest times will join them in the final. Coming out of lane number 1, representing Old Scotch, it's Alex Shears-Jones. In lane number 2 from Keilor St Bernard's, it's Mitchell Langborn. In lane number 3 from St Kevin's, it's Gus Simpfendorfer. In lane number 4, also from Old Scotch, it is Connor Sullivan. In lane number 5, representing Doncaster, it is Peter Holland. In lane number 6, from Ivanhoe, Alex Link. In lane number 7, representing Tasmania, it is Alex Hannigan. In lane number 8, from Glen Huntley, it is Kevin Zhu. And rounding it out in lane number 9, from Western Athletics, it is Ethan Riley. These are all of your competitors here in heat 3 of 3 in the men's under 20, 800.
On your mark. Stand up, please. Just unsteady. Try and keep still. On your mark. Stand up, please. On your mark.
So with the second time of asking, we are away cleanly here in Heat 3 of 3 in the men's under 2,800 metres. And we'll wait and see whether they go out quite quickly. Mitch Langborn, the state champion. He's going to try and be the first one to get there for Keele or St Bernard's. Not too far away there is Peter Holland as well. And our man from Tasmania and Hannigan not too far away either. So they're going to try and cross without checking each other, and they do a pretty good job of it. It's Langborn just inside there, 26-27, similar to what we saw in the second heat. Just starting to streak away over the sunset of Melbourne. So it is going to be Mitch Langborn. Not far away from Tasmania is Hannigan. Behind him there too is going to be Holland. And the rest of the field starts to sort themselves out just a little bit. Holland not happy to sit back, going to come right around on the shoulder there of Hannigan. Langborn still leading it out and looking really comfortable there is going to be Kevin Zhu of Glen Huntley. So making a big charge up the field there is Shears Jones. He doesn't want to be away from it when the kickers start to go. It's 55 seconds. Mitch Langborn not wasting any time to ask a few questions of his competitors. It's Peter Holland now, the quickest to follow. Hannigan not too far away. Did well to breach the gap there is Shears Jones, and coming through as well as Zhu. So it's going to be a line of 5 up the back straight. We'll see how much it changes. Hannigan the one who wants to do it the most. He's going to come right around the outside there of our Doncaster athlete in Holland. It's Langborn still leading it out, looking very comfortable in the process of that as well. But Hannigan just creeping up on the shoulder. So Holland's still there in third position. Langborn still leading it out and still trying to chase him down at the moment is Alex Shears Jones. But with 150 metres to go, the last time they're going to see a bend, it's Mitch Langborn really just starting to flex the muscles. He's got enough of them, and he's 100 metres away from winning the heat number 3 of 3 in the men's under 2,800 metres. Langborn has a quick look around, sees the options. Behind him, charging at the moment, is Holland. Hannigan not far away. Oh, coming up the inside as well as Simpfendorfer. So these three are going to hit it in the row. Oof. I don't want to put it out there, but it might have been Holland in second position. Simpfendorfer came with a late push. Hannigan not far away either. But what can't be disputed is your champion there of Heat 3 of 3 in the men's under 2,800 metres. It belongs to Mitchell Langborn. And we'll wait for the officials to do their thing and confirm who will be joining them in the men's under 2,800 metre final tomorrow.
Pocklington on the runway, 5:10. So the red flag up. Lachlan Burns is our new Victorian champion. That's his second Open Victorian Championship. So Pocklington will settle for the silver. Demedio will go third. But for the 19th season, Joel Pocklington gets over 5 metres in this competition.
I'll give all that stats. I'll do the praise when we go over, so I'll throw a few more stats out there. Well done, Joel.
Well, all of our stream listeners. I can't do this over the PA because people wouldn't want to hear it. If you ever wonder what we get up to up here as well, as we await our women's open 800 metre heat 1 of 2, it is a lot of me walking around the box saying, I'm on a heater, how good am I? Even when I'm calling really badly. So if you're ever interested, I was just doing some karaoke up here as well. If you've got any song requests, you know, I'm happy to jump on the mic and give it a red hot crack. Let's give a massive shout out to the man who never wants his name mentioned, Lockie Rayner, as well, just behind the scenes here, right next to me. Probably one of the best men in athletics. You might lose me here. We might, yep, you're going to lose me. So no more dribbling for me. It is now time for me to present the starters of our women's Open 800 metres. I'm about to go over the PA system as well. So thanks for joining me in my ramblings. And I'm going to leave you, but you'll hear me in a second. So on the track now, we have heat 1 of 2 in the women's Open 800 metres. Our top 3 will go through automatically. The next 2 fastest times will be joining them in the final from there. Coming out of lane number 1, representing Eaglehawk, it is Juliet Halea. In lane number 2, from Western Athletics, it is Rochelle Kennedy. In lane number 3, from Glen Huntly, it's Claudia Carter. In lane number 4, from Melbourne University, it is Isabel Scott. In lane number 5, from Maccabee, it is Shani Landon. In lane number 6, from Box Hill, it is Julie Fitt. In lane number 7, from Mentone, it is Karen Hayter. And in lane number 8, from Glen Huntly, it is Yvette Cordy. These are all of your women here competing in heat 1 of 2 in the women's Open 800 metres.
On your mark.
So we're off and racing here in the first of 2 heats in the women's Open 800 metres. And we'll wait and see who can get to the line first. Julie Fitt putting in an effort to be able to get around this bend with a little bit of pace. And not too far away from that either, I believe, is Rochelle Kennedy and also Scott. So we'll wait as they make their way to the line. I think it might be Scott who's going to get there first. Carter not too far away, has a quick look over her shoulder to assess the options. Fitt now a little bit wider than that. Landon just at the front of it. They're going to give Scott plenty of running room though. 29 seconds through the first 200 metres. Fitt not far away. It's Kennedy, Landon and Carter behind them there. And so too moving very nicely is Hayter. So at the moment it is going to be Isabel Scott of Melbourne University who's just leaning it out. 5 metres turns into 10 pretty quickly and she's going to try and separate away from this field. Rochelle Kennedy being tasked with a job to try and peg her back, and not too far away there on the shoulder is going to be Fitt, Landon and Carter. So at the moment it is still Scott looking really smooth and comfortable out in front. It's a good 20 to 25 metres at the moment as she continues to extend away. Watch the clock, 62 seconds hits it. It's Rochelle Kennedy now. She's only a metre or 2 in front of Fitt, Landon and Carter. So it's our top 3 that will go through automatically. They'll be fighting out for those positions a little bit further behind. Our race leader and our early race leader at that, as Isabel Scott continues to extend away. Rochelle Kennedy asking a few questions. We'll see who has the answers. Potentially it's Fitt, but on the moment, inside of her is going to be Landon, and now Carter just starts to creep up on the shoulder as well. So out in front, I can't see her being chased down at the moment. It's going to be Isabel Scott with 200 metres, 1:33 on the clock. Make that 1:34. Rochelle Kennedy looking good. A matter of 10 metres ahead of the rest of the field at the moment, which is going to be Fitt, and also moving well as Landon. Carter just off the back of them all. But as we come around here with 100 metres to go, it is going to be Isabel Scott who's not just content with winning it, she wants to win it with authority. So Scott now goes to the arms, just continues to extend away. It's not enough to win by a matter of metres. You've got to blow them out of the water, and that's exactly what Isabel Scott's done here in heat 1 of 2. Be put on notice because Isabel Scott's coming for the title. 2:06 hits the clock. Rochelle Kennedy chasing it down here in second position. Landon going to be the one to get the third automatic spot. Fitt will now wait on time. So too will Claudia Carter as our final 2 competitors here in Hayter and Cordy also greet the line, and one more round entering into the final 200 metres is Hayler. So Juliet Hayler of Eaglehawk making her way around with 150 metres to go, but what a performance there from Isabel Scott of Melbourne University. Just took it out early and continued to dominate her way in heat number 1 of 2 in the Women's Open 800 metres. As now we say Halela make her way down into the home straight for the final time. Juliet Halela, or Halay, coming down with 80 metres to go. Been in numerous events across the weekend. So Juliet Halay now going to come down and finish it off here in heat 1 of 2 in the Women's Open 800 metres. A fantastic performance there from our Eaglehawk athlete, always down at countries and everywhere. Any athletic meet, Juliet Halay is there, and she'll cross the line just under 3:10. But the winner of heat number 1 of 2 in the Women's Open 800 metres is Isabel Scott. So ladies and gentlemen, down the home straight, I should say, we're doing the presentation for the men's under 20 para 100 metres. Your state champion, your gold medalist representing Maccabee with a time of 14.14, it is Ori Drabkin. Congratulations to our state champion, Ori Drabkin, there in the men's under 20 para 100.
Ladies, we're just waiting for a medal presentation.
So now at the start-finish line, it is heat 2 of 2 in the women's open 800-metre event. The top 3 will progress through automatically to the final. The next 2 fastest times, we'll have to wait and see whether they are joining them. Coming out of lane number 2, representing Glen Huntly, it's Emma Wadley. In lane number 3, from Queensland, it is Jemima Tanakun. In lane number 4, from Western Australia, it is Emma Felipe. In lane number 5, from Mornington, it is Jamie Wainwright. In lane number 6 from Glen Huntly, it is Emily McLean. In lane number 7, also from Glen Huntly, it is Amy McKinlay. And in lane number 8, representing Casey Cardinia, it is Brianna Sherry. These are all of your competitors here in heat 2 of 2 in the women's open 800.
On your marks.
So the first time of asking, we are away and racing. It is our Western Australian athlete, Emma Felipe, who might be the fastest to come out of the stagger early. And we'll wait and see whether she can find the rail the quickest. Also on the outside of her is Jamie Wainwright. In those orange Mornington colours, can't be missed. And on the inside of them once more from Queensland is Tanakun. So we'll wait and see how they find themselves here, looking a little bit slower than our first heat. Tanakun now going to be the one to take up the running. Not too far away from there. On the inside of her is going to be Wainwright. And just back there is Felipe, our 2 Glen Huntly athletes in McLean and McKinlay, the next 2 to follow up from there as they make their way around this bend for the first time and the second last time of asking. So as they make their way through, it is Tanakun. Behind her there is Wainwright, Felipe in 3rd place. And also battling it out there is McLean and McKinlay. We'll get a look at which one is which as they make their way down this home straight. So at the moment, it is going to be on the outside of the shoulder there, Tanakun. Not too far away, Wainwright, Felipe, and so too on the back of them is McLean. So as they make their way around here, it is Tanakun who's going to hit it with 65 seconds on the clock. On the inside of there is Wainwright, Felipe, and also McLean is going to be sitting in 4th position. So the top 3 will go through. Top 3 will go through automatically as they start to extend away just a little bit now. Begin to ask the question. Tanakun been flirting with the lead now, just straight out wants it. So she's right at the front and starting to extend away now. Puts her foot right on the gas pedal and just going to see who can come with it. So Tanakun leading it out. Wainwright behind her there. Felipe right on the shoulder, moving through nicely. 200 metres to go, and it's still going to be McKinlay in 4th position as well. So these top 3, they're going to be automatic. McKinlay will be the one looking at the times, but they can't be separated here. Tanakun, Wainwright, and Felipe with 130 metres to go now. They're going to wind it up and go. You fight for pride in the heats if you already know you got a spot, and somebody wants to be the winner here. So it's Felipe now moving right around the shoulder, and not just moving, just going to float there next to Tanakun. These 2 will start to push together. Felipe looks the better of the 2, and she just comes over the top here. So Western Australian import here, Emma Felipe, will take out heat 2 of 2. Tanakun on the inside there. Wainwright just goes over the line and secures that 3rd automatic position. McLean now greets it. So too McKinlay. On the inside of her is going to be, I believe, Wadley. And now coming down to the line will be Sherry. And that is how we will see it here in heat 2 of 2 in the women's open 800. So ladies and gentlemen, once again, we will go to this home straight for the presentation of our men's open 100 metre para event. Your bronze medalist representing Keilor St Bernard's is Sean Scott. Your silver medalist from the Yarra Rangers, representing the Yarra Rangers is Joseph Johnson. And your state champion for the men's open 100 metre para event, representing Doncaster, it's Anthony Jordan. Congratulations to our 3 medalists there in the men's open 100 metre para championship of Victoria. Once again, we are on the home straight now to present our medalists here for the Under-20 Javelin Championship of Victoria. Your bronze medalist representing Sandringham with a throw of 52.43 is Jack Mowenson. Your silver medalist from Albury with a throw of 55.35, Alex Pitt. And your state champion for the men's under-20 javelin event, representing Mentone with a throw of 62.90, it is Hattie L. Shaw-Baggy. Congratulations to our 3 medalists there in the men's under-20 javelin championship of Victoria.
Just updating the women's open pole vault. 4 left at 380. So Lucia Kensol has come in at this height. Grace Barth also in. Kate Abfelder on the runway at the moment. And Tamara Mancuso also still in. 4 left, 380 women's open pole vault.
Ash, have you got the sheet for that one? I'd like to put it across the field. Let's do it.
What's up, Livestream? Mitch again. I feel like this is a bit like iCarly or something, you know? I almost need the camera a little bit. Probably not. Got a head for radio. Wow. We spent a lot of time together, Lockie. I'm looking at Lockie. He's looking at me like, oh, boy. Oh, Tim's here. Farewell. iCarly's over. Love you, miss you.
Get him back up again. Yeah. So let's get back to the infield, and here's the presentation for the Men's Open Pole Vault Championship. All competitors finished on 5:10, but we're separated by both count back and jump off. In the bronze medal position, as I said, a clearance of 5 metres 10 from Box Hill, Dalton DiMedio. Our silver medalist, a 5-time winner of this event, also with 5:10 from Box Hill, Joel Pocklington. And for the second time, he gets on the top step of the podium in the open pole vault. Also with the best clearance of 5:10 from Ballerine, it is Lachlan Burns. So congratulations to Dalton, Joel and Lachlan, the medalists in the men's open pole vault. Next on the track is the first of 2 preliminary heats of the men's open 800 metres. Top 3 in each heat plus the next 2 best times will proceed through. Victorian state record 1:44.21 by Joseph Deng, set in 2018. Victorian country record 1:45.91, 1995, Paul Byrne from Deakin. We have 8 starters in heat 1. In station 1 from Nunawading, it is Alan Vernal. Station 2 from St Kevin's, Alex Rowe. In 3 from Glen Huntley, James Hatton. John Kuol from Casey Gdynia lines up in 4. Jacob Reed from Geelong Guild is in 5. Oscar Mazaraki from Collingwood Harriers in 6. In 8 from Western Athletics, Robert Whites, and his teammate from Western Athletics, Kirk Shanahan, lines up in station 9. They're your starters in heat 1 of 2 men's open 800 metres.
On your marks.
So good to have Alex Rowe back in the field here in this men's open 800 metres. As we see a fairly even start. Kuol off nicely. Reed will be aggressive early. Hatton to the inside of him is looking good. As we see them settling down. And John Kuol from Casey Gdynia, he's going to drift out to the lead. Reed is chasing him. From the outside there, that's White's just sitting in on the rail. Mazaraki just behind him as they settle. And the pace nice through that first 200, Mitch.
Yeah, looking really solid and smooth out in front as this leading pack. So they're just going to try and string it out there quite nicely. And looking really comfortable at the same time as they go through there. So it is going to be Kuol who's just going to string them out a little bit. This pack maybe just starting to come back ever so slightly, but looking really in control out in front.
That's right. So Kuol looking strong here. So top 3 to go through. Hatton driving that next bunch forward. White's the first of the Western Athletics runners in nicely into that little pack on the rail, and Maserati to the outside of him. So the gap just starting to close in a little bit there, Mitch, as they come into the home straight, the back straight for the last time.
So it is Kowal still leading out Hatton. Those two haven't really changed all that much as this pack behind them now just starts to really get into their running. But it's Kowal who wants to take all the elements of surprise out of the equation and just try and dominate his way down to this start-finish line and win the first of two heats here in the men's Open 800. So it's Qual, Hatton, and now these three coming through now, Tim.
Yeah, the pace has been good, so we're going to try and get all five through if we can, but Kowal has controlled that pace. Reed working hard just to keep in contact there, and gee, a big run from Whites from Western A's, but Hatton's coming home like a train, so big finish here. There's going to be four of them coming through. Masaraki's just got to battle on. Big run from Whites. He'll get the auto qualifier, and Reed will take it. Whites on the inside, Kowal maybe nab second there. Hatton will have to wait on time, but gee, 152.97 unofficial. Maserati also waiting on time. Shanahan, Rowe coming through, and then Vernal. Let's introduce Heat 2 of 2 men's Open 800 metres. 9 starters. In Station 1 from Box Hill, Durham Diol. In 2 from Doncaster, Oscar O'Connor. Patrick Matthews, Keelos and Bernards is in Station 3. Jake Stevens, Mornington Peninsula in Station 4. In Station 5, Joshua Perdrasat from Geelong Guild. From Glen Huntley, Matthew Goff is in 6. His Glen Huntley teammate Jack Fora lines up in 7. Darcy Pound from Box Hill in Station 8. And in Station 9 from Sandringham, James Fallon. They're your starters in Heat 2 of 2 men's Open 800 metres.
On your mark.
So we'll watch for those middle lanes to go out fast. We've got Perdrasat, likes a good hard start. So does Stevens, or he comes home very strong. Goff just the outside of Perdrasat, but it is the Geelong Guild runner in that green uniform just going very hard actually through the break, Mitch.
Certainly not messing around, Perdrasat, so he wants to make his presence felt very early, very good over the singular lap as well as he starts to make his way out there. It's big Matty Goff though. He looks so smooth in that second position, so we love the work rate of Matty Goff there. Stevens on the back of it, just on the back tail of those two Glen Huntley athletes, but it's Perdrasat leading out Goff, who's done well to just bridge that one back and bring the rest of the field in with him.
So his teammate Fora there in the Glen Huntley uniform going along nicely. Good stride pattern as we see Goff just bridging that gap. Very fast start for Perdrasat. About 25 through the opening 200, so they're going to settle a little bit more as they go through the lap in 53 high.
So Perdrasat going to lead them out. Then Matty Goff right behind him there, just looking all the goods. It's Fora behind him once more as he just makes his way around Stevens. So it's Perdrasat leading out Goff, who loves nothing more than winning in that second position, and making his way around there is Fora, and so too now Stevens, who we know has that 800 metre pedigree as they make their way up this back straight. It's only going to be the top three that are automatic though, Tim.
Yeah, I like the pace they're setting though, Mitch, and I think these four are fairly safe. We know Stevens does a fair bit of VAL running, so he's got a good finish in a crowd. So watch Jake Stevens just positioning himself now as they come round the final bend. It is Perdrasat still in the lead, but Goff just bullocking his way to the outside there. So a good finish off here from Goff. Fora still in great position too, and we're seeing the Keelos and Bernards run to there. I think that is Darcy Pound coming home strong.
He is certainly flying as Perdrissat on the inside, as Goff now just looks so smooth on the outside. Takes a look around his shoulder and says, that'll do. Jake Stevens battling it out, pound just on the inside there of Fora, who just threw it all out there. As we see the rest of our field come down now, it's Fallon, not too far away either was Diol. As we now have our final competitor, I believe, in Matthews coming through, but a really gutsy performance there from Perdrissat. And Matty Goff and Stevens just go and pick up Jack Fora, who threw everything at it. And those were the top three through heat number 2.
We'll wait for that photo image on Fora, but great effort from Jack Fora from Glenn Huntley, and hopefully that's enough to get him through. So similar winning times in those 800s, so now we'll be waiting for those big cues and little cues, Mitch Dyer.
We love big cues and little cues, Tim. They are some of the most exciting things in distance running is athletics, to be completely honest with you. But it was good to see that big closing finish there, which was sensational in heat number 2 of 2, and we'll see who's going to be competing in that final tomorrow. But big shout out to Matty Goff. Well done there, Goffy.
I'll do presentation. Victory ceremony and medal presentation for the women's under-20 triple jump championship of Victoria. Receiving the bronze medal with best distance of 11.79 metres, representing Ringwood, it's Neha Leonage. In second position with the best distance of 12.04 metres from Box Hill, Sophie Sarafa. And our Victorian champion with the best distance of 12.40 metres, receiving the gold medal and representing Athletics Essendon, it is Zoe Edwards. Congratulations to Neha, Sophie and Zoe, the medalists in the under-20 women's triple jump championship. So the bar is on 4 metres. 2 left in the Victorian Open Championship for the women's pole vault. Alicia Kensol and also Grace Bath. Second attempts now at 4 metres. Kensol over, but brings the bar down. Good height, but the bar coming down, second attempt. Grace Bath next up, second attempt for her at 4 metres. So PB height here for Grace Bath, 4 metres. She cleared that in December in Geelong. So Grace Bath looking to equal her PB. Second attempt, 4 metres. Very, very close once again for Bath. So both girls getting good height here, but that 4 metre bar just eluding them at the moment. We will go to the third and final attempts here at 4 metres. Alicia Kensol first up, followed by Grace Bath. Third attempt. Bar at 4 metres. Alicia Kensol, Diamond Valley. Kensol over. 4 metres. Grace Bath next up. The bar at 4 metres. Grace Bath, third attempt. Once again, a close attempt there, but Grace Bath bowing out. So concluding the women's pole vault, Mancuso best clearance 380, Grace Bath 390, and Alicia Kensal still going. So Kensal taking the bar up to 4:15. Her PB 4:26 set about 2 years ago at Melbourne University. So great to see Alicia Kensal getting back up there in height. So 4:15 the next height for her. So we'll continue to give some coverage here for our Women's Open Pole Vault Championship. Great to be out here, Grace, you know. You haven't had a state champs yet, have you? Opens? No. Yeah, no. You'll be fine. So with her best this season of 4:05, the bar now at 4:15 for Alicia Kensol. This is her first Open Victorian Championship win. First attempt, Alicia Kensol, 4:15. Good attempt, good height, just bringing the bar down with the body. Two more attempts, 4:15, Alicia Kensol.
That's a different slant on blaming the officials. Yeah, I haven't heard that one before. Go on, you got this, girl.
That's all right. I'll send Vinny down with the microphone and you can do it.
Second attempt, 4:15, Alicia Kensol. So once again, good height. But Kensol brings down the bar, so we'll go to the third and final attempt at 4:15. Long day, Alan. I'm the same, don't worry.
Trouble is you wake up too early anyway, don't you? So how's it all going for you? All right?
Down here at the, oh, there we go. Down here at the track now, we have the president for our Women's Under-20 Javelin Championship of Victoria. Our bronze medalist representing Nunawading with a throw of 31.22, Elise Keegan. Our silver medalist representing Box Hill with a throw of 31.95, Eliza Hines. And your state champion for the women's under-20 javelin from Glen Huntly with a throw of 38.92, Gemma Craddock. Congratulations to our three medalists here in the women's under-20 javelin championship of Victoria.
And they're late, they haven't clocked in or anything, and then they demand, you know, which is fair enough.
Third and final attempt, Alicia Kensol, 4:15. We are over, 4:15. One of her best clearances in the last 2 years. So Alicia Kensol very happy coming off the bag there, 4:15.
what you're looking for. Now see if you can replicate that.
You need a bloody science degree for this, don't you?
Oh, really?
She's going to 4:15. Oh, she's done 4:15.
That's at 4:30.
Is she going to, what's she going to? 4:30. 4:30. Woohoo!
You've got to make it 0.
I was going for a 3.
So definitely don't go anywhere because the bar is now going to 4:30 for Alicia Kensol, which would be a new PB. 4:26 is her best. Just looking through the history of the event, her 4:15 clearance there is the best championship clearance since 2006-07 with Rosanna Ditton getting a 4:20. So that 4:15, certainly a great jump here to take out the championship, but she is going higher, 4:30. New personal best height, Alicia Kensol. The bar is at 4:30. First attempt, Alicia Kensol. Oh, so close. The coach is confident she's got it. Kensol's just got to get that clearance, but that was an awesome attempt. 4:30, first attempt, Alicia Kensol.
said it's not going to work.
Second attempt, Alicia Kensol, 4 metres 30. Once again, good height there from Kensol. Body just bringing the bar down. We'll have one more attempt here, 4:30. Exciting times, Alicia Kensol in the Women's Open pole vault. How are you? I'm good. Had a good day?
Club helped.
Where?
No.
Oh.
Didn't get out of this top.
Oh.
I sort of set up, and it was about an hour and a couple. I just gone.
Okay, not changing, yeah.
Not changing now. Neat and tidy. No radios. This is where 5 minutes of pain between jumps.
Yeah.
This is where 5 minutes of pain.
Yeah, yeah. Third and final attempt, PB height, 4 metres 30, Alicia Kensol, our Victorian champion. Oh, so close once again, but what a competition. Best clearance 4:15, new Victorian champion. What an entertainer. Alicia Kensol, well done. We will be heading over shortly for presentations for the Victorian Women's Open Pole Vault.
And that is where we're going to leave the live stream from the second day of the 2023 Victorian Open and Under 20 Track and Field Championships. We hope you enjoyed coverage. We'll be back tomorrow morning from 9:30 a.m. local time for the third and final day here from Lakeside Stadium. Hope you enjoyed the meet. Until tomorrow, have a good night.